Recording in progress.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Thursday, July 9th, 2026, 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Tuesday, June 30th, 2026 at 4:15 p.m.
Thank you. Let's stand brief for a moment of silence, and then we'll do the pledge to the flag. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance I don't see anyone in the audience today from the public. And so we will pick up where we left off yesterday on item D under budget amendments, so on and so forth. And under D1 regarding the FY 27 budget. Francis?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So like you said, we'll continue on with personnel today, and so Anna will walk through the request. And just, I think this is a good time to remind ourselves that, coming to a consensus through these workshops is not an approval for or against. It's just to help us build that budget, to look at the end result. And so I know we'll be looking for consensus through these discussions, but again, not the end all. And so I will turn it over to her, and then after personnel, we'll kind of regroup our thoughts and kind of come together and then start going more into details of the operating side.
Okay.
So I will turn it over to Anna now.
Thank you, Francis.
Thank you.
So yesterday, we went through the big picture items of personnel, things like the cost of living adjustment and review of pay programs, current budget and projections for next year. I mentioned that we would go through the line-by-line sheet of every individual request submitted by departments, starting with new positions. And so that's what I'll bring up here. Which I think that's what it's currently filtered at, right, Haley?
I have mine on a different view,
Okay.
so I can't. Well, I thought I did. Let me get out, and then I'll reopen.
Is that on what you gave us yesterday?
That's the link that I shared with you.
This, this sheet, this total sheet.
Oh, okay.
That was
It's
the-
page, is this what she's talking about?
No,
But-
but this isn't right. This was in the middle of me working on it. So
Oh.
this isn't totally updated.
That's not updated?
No, sir.
Let me get rid of that one.
If you have that handout, it's page 15 on new position requests.
There we go.
And after we talked yesterday, so don't know if y'all have done it yet or not, but you can mark off my request for a new person. Not the year.
And I do have data for that. That was some of the new information. So yesterday in court, there were a couple of additional data points requested from the court and related to work volume. So one was for the district courts and the criminal cases added over the past 5 years. And then also there was a question about what the cases disposed look like. So I have that here. And then in addition to that, I had some work volume for road and bridge, but you wanted to see it broken down by precinct, so I have that as well. So let me wrap that up and I'll share it now. So that's the data there. Requested, I have it in. There's not a big fluctuation in cases disposed for district courts, but there is that steady increase for the criminal cases added amongst the district courts, which was what was prompting the request for the court reporter, this mid-year request, and like we're prompting the distribution of the felony cases as well. Thank you. You're welcome. And then on the right, you see the 5 precinct miles per employee. And so their precinct 4, you see that there's 17.5 miles. This is the current mileage. Amy shot that over to me. So we just,
This is after realignment of the
yes,
precinct?
yes, sir. So that's the current number there. There's no questions about that. I'm going to jump back over into that line by line
Okay.
spreadsheet. I'm trying to expand it so that it's as big as possible. This is a live sheet that both Haley and I can be in, and so as the court wants to remove requests or not consider requests, we have the total there that'll calculate for you as you go. I have it filtered right now to just new position requests, since that is the majority of the budget impact. And there's the cost, the salary cost. What you're looking at the bottom here is just the salary cost, but Haley has an amount for the total cost of the position. So that would include benefits and Social Security and whatnot. And so the HR assessment here, as a reminder, we have either an N for no, we don't have information that would help us recommend this. An other means we're either awaiting information or we have information that hasn't been assessed yet. And the yeses are, yes, either we compiled information from databases that would help support the position, or the department provided that information themselves.
Why are you still awaiting information? Did they not have a deadline to get info to you?
So they do, and a lot of it might be they did provide information on time, like IT, for example, but then I have a whole bunch of questions about the information that they provided, and so it's a lot of back and forth like that. And this one's not, I'm not waiting information for these 2 deputy positions. It's just, there's not technically a need currently right now, and so I just have those as others as a dollar placeholders. That need for those 2 deputies we mentioned yesterday is related or contingent on the Justice Center opening.
So your intention is for us to go through these line by line?
Yes,
Okay.
or the court can just filter for those that HR does have data for and in support of, and then you can see a total number for that.
Judge, is there any consensus to get rid of the no's right now?
So, on the nose, is there any, I see most of it has to do that the data does not show, that they need to be filled at this time.
Right.
Except for one, I think one of them was, no change in work volume, but no.
So these 2 here are the constable deputy 4s, and the work, there is data, but it does not support
Okay,
an increase in work volume or a change in work volume. And also compared to other precincts, there are other precincts with more work being handled on a per-employee basis.
Right.
Than those, and so,
And this is the criteria that we gave you to make these decisions on. So, the court drove the philosophical view about how we look at these, set up the model. You took that as instructions to move forward, and you did it. And so it's not you, it's us making the decision. We're the gatekeeper.
right.
And so, just make everybody clear of that. So, on those three, does anyone see, any reason to reconsider any of those three? Just as a consensus and not a vote, shall we, say that those don't have the support of the court to move forward? I would say that. Okay,
No consensus.
okay. All right, next.
So Haley's going through.
And those are the maybes or the
Yes, other is the maybes.
other, yeah.
So I'm gonna filter out the no so we can clean this up and I can make it bigger. So there's three others. The two of them are the dollar placeholders. It's the need just contingent on the Justice Center opening. There was mentioned yesterday that, maybe the court doesn't like budgeting in that way with a dollar placeholder. So we're just looking for direction from the court on.
So, and the reason to put the dollar placeholders, we didn't really know when the facility would be ready to use. And, so trying to budget that would be hard to do. And the dollar placeholder, for an example, would be if the opening date was September 1, where courts were gonna be active in there, then we'd fill those positions at that time, or at least it would come to the court for discussion. It doesn't mean that we're approving it right now.
So really, that would be on the 28 budget theoretically, those jobs, when once we have to.
So let me move it back.
Full
Let's
fund
say it opened in July.
Okay, then we'd have to.
Then
do
we'd
half
have
a
to
year.
fill that, but we don't know what that would
It'd
be.
only be like a couple of months of salary
That's all.
Yeah.
within that budget year.
That's right.
What's the advantage, or let's assume that those were removed, period, no dollar placeholder. And it came up in July that we opened the court and we needed 2 officers over there. How would that be handled through?
Not anything different.
We
You
don't
can
know
add
anything
them in
different, so
there.
why not, why is
The
it
only
even in
thing
there
that
yet?
placeholder was that I think at some point y'all like to see that you had talked about it, you had reviewed it, and you were just kind of holding out a little bit, so,
Kind of a deal when the time's right.
No, I
It's
think
not,
that's.
the time's not right.
But we can create a position anytime during the middle of the budget year.
yes, it's just
We-
considered an
We've done
amendment
that.
to the
We've done
budget.
that this year, right? So.
Well, no, those were dollar placeholders last year.
I'm
all of- not all.
not a big fan of dollar placeholders, to
I
be
am
honest with you.
not at
I just
all.
soon get
After
rid of
we
them.
got-
I don't think my memory's so short that I won't remember come July what we did, but I'll do whatever the court
Administratively, it's
wants.
better
You
too,
and
because you
Ben
don't
won't
have,
remember.
positions sitting with.
I might put in, I don't know.
It's almost like a.
You know
And
what?
also, I don't want it to be considered a
Be
promise.
good to have
either.
you back.
And when the requests were presented throughout the budget year next year, we would represent the
You would
information.
remind us,
We would explain that this was a request previously and,
So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Smith is saying, don't even hold those positions. And then if it does, the need is there, then the court at that time make a decision to fill it, even though it wasn't budgeted. Is that correct?
You just save $2.
save $2.
Yeah, I like
Okay,
that.
I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
there's one other
John?
position that's labeled as an other.
Did you have something, John?
I was gonna add on our position, I've come up with an alternate plan that if you wanna just wait until my time later today, I can discuss what my alternate option is for that.
I'll present kind of what the
So-
original plan is, and then he can present his.
Yeah, y'all get together before it comes in, and then the court can hear, just to be sure we're not jumping back and forth.
Okay. So we'll leave that pending, and it sounds like these were no's.
Yes.
I didn't know if that was a, go to the restroom. I wasn't sure.
15 minutes.
So that leaves 13 positions. However, Commissioner Perry, did you still want to move forward with removing or rescinding your request?
This may not be the time to bring it up, but I am removing the road grader. Okay?
You done what?
Removing my road grader, that's $405,000, so take it off. We're gonna do it by hand, shovel.
See, you can run a team of mules for a lot less.
Yeah.
Hard to find a good mule these days.
12.
Do they even make them anymore?
Yeah, they do, but
Missouri?
they're not used to working. They're on some programs.
So I have these now sorted by department, so we can discuss the
Okay.
the yeses as, by department in groups. And so, again, a reminder about how HR gets to the yeses. The court wants to see either peer county data to support the request or work volume, internal work volume data to support the request. And it could be a comparison of, compared to internal departments or external counties, there's a higher work volume. And then also, is there a trending increase in work volume? And we usually do a 5-year look back. So these positions, we found either a trend in increasing work volume over the past 5 years, or compared to peer counties or internal precincts, the department requesting this position has more volume per employee compared to peers. And so here we have internal volume, and it's a 5-year look back that we did on the work volume related to internal affairs, which is what this position's purpose is supposed to serve. So that's handling internal employee issues of misconduct, complaints against employees, things that will lead to investigations initiated by the 614 statutory process. And that is a position that's intended to work with human resources to apply a consistent process for employee relations issues and internal affairs issues. The 2 deputies
I
here.
have a quick question.
Sure.
And maybe we can lump this all in together or with whatever. Are we having to pay out overtime to the people that are doing these functions, that function?
That's a good question. So no, because most of the
Then
individuals managing that are exempt employees. So it's Elodie, she's the HR manager, and she's supporting at any given time 1 to 4 captains at the sheriff's office who are managing that function. So it's, by division or by department. And so those are exempt employees, so there wouldn't be any overtime or.
it's still part of their day-to-day responsibility that they.
Yes, but each of those captains have their own day-to-day functions. And so whatever function that is, they're pulled away for an investigation and they're doing that instead of their day-to-day, and that could be managing patrol, managing training at the jail, for example.
And they're exempt?
They're exempt employees, yes. But that's a good question. The 2 deputy positions, these are the positions they want supporting the courts that are taking on felony dockets, so the 170th and the 414th district courts. And the data for that we just referenced is the same data we referenced when the 474th came forward to request their court reporter position, and that is that increasing criminal case volume or cases added, which is the new printout that I shared with you this morning. Their So a note about that, because the most recent increase from 2024 to 2025 was a significant increase. I am curious to see if that same percentage of increase is going to follow this year. I was hoping by June, it'd be mid-year, we could get you a good projection, but OCA only has 4 months reported for this year, and so I'm not able to get you a good projection for 2026. So I wanted to note that. Okay. So for the district attorney's office, it's the same, also the same data that HR would lean on for recommendation either way, and that's their investigators are assigned to particular courts, and their functions are based or anchored on those courts, and there's additional courts now that are going to be managing the felony dockets. And so that's what's prompting the request. It's going to be a similar expansion of need for their ADAs. And so what they did to help support that for the meantime is they already came forward to the court to request a reclassification of a vacant ADA 2 to an ADA 3, because the ADA 3s are the ones that are going to be supporting each of those felony level courts. And so they've kind of already made do with what they currently have as far as the actual attorney support for each of the courts, but after reviewing their investigators' workload, they weren't able to find that same workaround for the investigator group. I did ask them, like, can we expect this of your legal assistant functions and your victim assistant coordinator functions, because those are also very court-assigned positions, and they said, no, they're not going to have that need for legal assistants. And for the VACs, the victim assistant coordinators, though, that is a wait and see. They want to see how this year goes. And that is something that they can see being a need in the future, in the next budget year, an additional victim assistant coordinator. Because a victim assistant coordinator has to usually is holding that victim's hands throughout that entire trial process. So if that's happening concurrently amongst multiple courts, they can see that need arising. They want to assess that first, so. Then that's IT. I'm moving on to the jail. And so there's a request there for two jailer corporals to help support booking, and the data that HR used for that, to support that, yes, we could see the need is the Pierre County comparison of jail population and staffing that we pulled from the jail commission, where we have the second highest inmate to jailer ratio compared to peer agencies. The next request is from Jail Medical, and they are requesting the additional registered nurse to help support intake. That has the heaviest work volume as far as shift goes. Are creating a special shift that handles the days that see the most bookings specifically.
At the 11 to 11?
I believe so, and it's like Thursday through.
Do they have to run everybody through jail medical on the weekenders? Does anybody know?
David's probably online.
Yeah. It's my understanding that every person that gets booked has to do an intake assessment, but I think there was. That's
correct.
Yeah.
But
Yes,
you know what I'm
every
talking
single
about, on the weekenders?
Yeah, but if they leave, even if it's for a short period of time, come back in.
They gotta do it.
They have to do an intake.
Yeah.
And David just confirmed, yes, every single one. The next request is Justice of the Peace, One Place Two, and they are requesting a court clerk. And we're using internal precinct to precinct comparison, and they do have a much higher cases per staff volume than most of the others. There's only one higher than them, and that's JP One Place One. So there would be volume data to support that. I'm sorry, we just got an email from TJ this morning, and he's actually rescinding his requests. He says he can try to make do until the Justice Center opens.
Thank you, TJ.
Thank you, TJ.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Sorry about your motor grader.
I already pulled the,
Yeah, you already did. Yeah.
Well, I'm under 346,000 too, so
Yeah.
we're doing our part.
Yeah.
There just has to be a reckoning of the fact that we've got to cut some stuff.
Well, capital outlay is for everybody, not just precincts.
oh, there's $1 million increase in capital outlay this year.
Yeah.
That's something we got to look at too.
So the last position is in purchasing, an assistant purchasing director. And so we looked at two things. We looked at the Pierre County staffing, and we do have a small department in our purchasing department compared to other peer agencies. Not just that, it is common for other peer agencies to have an assistant director position. So that is like a new title that's being introduced to that department, but it is something that exists amongst the other peer agencies. And then we also looked at a 5-year look back for work volume. With Frances's help, she pulled those purchase order history and history of travel and use of credit card for travel. And so that also shows in a trending increase. So that's why that's a yes. Are there any
They've been
questions?
understaffed for a while, right? Purchasing, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Those numbers have been like that for quite a while.
Ken's always been one of the first to go take something off that he asked for.
Any questions on any of the positions,
On
or
the-
is the court ready to make any?
Going back to the jail RN, I mean, and I know, Major's on there, but is that something that has to be filled this year, or could that wait a year or so?
Would y'all like for me to comment on that?
Yes, sir.
So medical is ever increasing, and if you look at some of the stats that we have for it, the number of people that are coming in over the last few years, we definitely had a jump from 21, 22, but from 22 to 23, the number of intakes has been stagnant. But the overall jail population, and we'll talk about this more in our population, or in our presentation, excuse me, is just ever increasing, and that's with us engaging in population control, the only mechanism that we have for population control, which is certainly not the local population, it's the contract population. The number of intake forms that we are having to do on people has almost doubled or over doubled. There, she's got it right there, excuse me. And that is mostly due to regulations, mental health concerns. You've got CCQs, you've got PSRS, all these different things that require some different medical inputs. And you're right about the weekenders as well. Every one of those people has to go through the same check as though they were a full-blown inmate, because they are to us. An inmate is just an inmate at the end of the day. And it is arduous for the jail, very arduous. In the other issue that we have run into, there's one more metric that's in this data set for like MedPass doses and intake forms, and that's doctor's appointments and tasks. And tasks can range anywhere from like a finger check, blood sugar check, having to go do that, but somebody still has to go do that. And that has gone up precipitously, and we will show that in some charts that we have as well. We're always willing to take whatever the court needs us to into consideration, and I'll definitely bring that up with our medical director to see what we can work out between now and then. But we definitely want y'all to be able to just see the information so that you're at least informed, because there's going to be some issues with jail medical in the future if we don't have a little bit of help here or there.
Sure. Well, the main reason, Major, was to see why you have to have an RN in that position. Is it because the major calls they have to make on people coming in from crashes or mental health or something?
That's exactly right. So the cost difference between having an LVN and an RN is fairly small overall for the county. And the LVN position overall, they are a reporting position, right? They cannot make determinations based on medical conditions, whereas the these people's first point of contact, and some of y'all know, we have no idea what's going to walk through that door. We have people that come through the door who are on drugs, who have been in wrecks, who have outstanding medical conditions. In fact, the overwhelming majority of the population that comes into jail has multiple medical conditions when they cross our doorstep, and being able to identify those, which is what the RN gives us above the LVN, just gives us that extra leverage to not put someone back in the wing and not be able to identify COPD or some other major medical condition.
That's a liability.
It is. So the LVN position would help. The RN position is a little bit more money and gives us that extra check and balance for making sure that we are correctly, I don't want to use the term diagnosing, but identifying medical problems prior to those medical problems being identified to us.
Thank you.
Hey, Major, while you're there right quick, what's the average number of inmates that come in on a Friday for weekend, for the weekend?
So I don't have the data directly in front of me, but we do have in our presentation, I can try to bring it up. The days that we are specifically asking, and we provided HR with some of this for this position, and the schedule is definitely a different schedule. And we are specifically asking for it for the peak times that people are coming in. And it is that 11 to 11 time frame that we're asking for that position, because that is our peak intake hours. But specifically for Friday, I'll have to look that up and get back to you, Commissioner.
And do you know, and anyone on the court, have we ever sat down with the judges and asked if they could help us in that area? I mean,
On the workplace?
yeah, with ankle monitors or whatever the case may be, but help us out on Fridays and
Or other
other
nonprofits that can route.
But
Right,
just to
and say,
help
hey,
us
they're
out
real
there,
there.
because that's quite a sum of
It
money.
has been discussed, and they are looking at,
Yeah, and Commissioner, we absolutely have. We talk with some of the judge's office. We talk with the DA's office fairly frequently about it, especially the weekender. We're trying to take small bites of the apple in a sense of saying, you know, if we can do something with the weekender program to kind of help alleviate some of that weekend traffic would be a huge deal to the jail, absolutely huge. And ultimately, it's the court decision, and we're not going to ever say that it is not the court's decision to do that. But it certainly helps the jail out when the weekender numbers come down significantly.
Okay.
Well, I brought you a lot of customers on the weekends, and that's the best time to bring a customer. But then they're overwhelmed, so.
We appreciate that.
We're talking about nurses that are employees of McLennan County here, aren't we?
Yes, sir.
As opposed to our medical contract. Why?
Correct.
And that's another discussion, I think, for this court at some point. Why we have a contract to provide medical services, and then we turn around and employ, how many, David, nurses on our own?
We employ upwards of 29, 30 nurses.
Okay. Which, that involves salary plus benefits. And so I guess that's a discussion at some point in my mind, is why all of those aren't under one umbrella with a medical third-party vendor. So,
we've had that discussion, but I agree with you. We need to do it again, and and I don't know that, well, Major, you probably were involved in discussion, but there was a certain amount of the nurse staff that they need to be under the county, and there's a reason for it, but we need to rediscuss it.
if you throw in, yeah, okay, yeah, I'd like to rediscuss.
Yeah.
If you throw in benefits, you throw in the
Right.
liability cost and everything like that, I think there's some justification for looking at it.
Okay,
So
carry on.
if there's no, those are all we've covered every line item for all new requests. If there's no notes that the court wants to provide for this, then I'm going to jump into the salary increase.
Time out. To me, I know at some point we've got to make a yes/no decision on the ones that you've discussed. But it seems to me that maybe we need to listen also to those departments, because they're gonna come and tell us something. I'm sure they're gonna come and tell us, justifiably why they want those new positions. So, to me, does it make sense to make a consensus now, or wait till we hear from them?
Well, so I guess, a consensus of, not a vote, just, you can express how you feel about what you've seen so far, but yes, we will bring those departments, or allow them to come in and make their case.
This is basically what we did yesterday.
Yeah.
And so I was
Yeah.
thinking this morning was gonna be more, all right, let's dig in and figure out.
Yeah.
Because you presented the same thing yesterday, right?
So do you want to bring in these departments to speak on these? Because they should have given all of their
Well, I mean, they're
justification
coming,
to Anna
aren't they
already.
coming anyhow?
And there's
I mean,
only
they're
one
scheduled.
there's only one that's indicated a desire to meet with the court, and that's for the part-time position for Justice of the Peace Precinct 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've got IT coming in, we've got DA coming in, we've got SO coming in.
So we do our big departments for, because they have so many, their budgets are kind of widespread, but just the others, we can reach out if you want to.
I mean,
Well, I think these are the
I'm
only people we
open,
need to talk
I'm
to.
open to ever how y'all want to do it.
Well, I think, I agree with you, Commissioner, that if there's a department, and of course, all departments are significant, but especially the larger ones, to come, that have the bigger ask to come in and talk about it. I mean, the court wants to hear that, correct? I mean, do y'all want to hear it?
Just, well, I don't think you need to, since we did this yesterday, there's no need to do it again this morning,
Well, that's my fault.
so.
So I asked her to come back.
Well, but I know we did, but
Well, I
I
think
thought
we've done
that's why
some
we were
good.
doing it, is because we were gonna make
We've
some
done some good.
We've shortened the list.
Yes.
That's right.
But
That's a start.
for her to go through every position again, I think,
And I'm going through every position, not necessarily to kind of, again, give the information, but to see if there is a decision from the court on, can we filter these out? Or,
I think we've done some of that.
I think you have, yes, so, and that's.
No, I think it's the right thing, Judge, to have her here this morning, so I don't.
Okay.
Okay.
In my mind, we can look at, and I've said this before, we can look at paper and pencils and printer ink all we want to, but that's not gonna solve the difference between
No.
where we are
So on this
with
list,
that big budget
so
item.
this is what this is, there's a consensus right now, so we'll hold this list.
Yes.
Further discussion can occur, and this is what we'll keep moving.
I don't know
looking at.
that there's a consensus for jailer corporal. The jailer corporals, I didn't hear a consensus for jailer corporal.
Okay, well, then we can, I mean, we
Or
just need
the-
to know what.
Or
y'all-
the IT.
take off.
I didn't hear
On
that.
on the jailer
Heard any?
corporal,
Not a consensus, but just,
Yeah.
we have to have something to plug in to start.
Well, I think the reason we're leaving some of these is because we know those departments are coming in to talk to us.
Yeah.
So we'll hear from them and then you can, so.
Yeah,
This is where
I
we're
thought
at right
we'd
now.
listen to them, then give our opinion about whether they ought to go or not go. Stay or not stay, but,
or should you look at eliminating?
Well, maybe I
them,
heard it.
letting them
What
talk?
I'm thinking of as consensus is,
You've agreed that it's a go.
it's an upper, you know,
On
we're
each
gonna
one of
do
these.
it, or is it a consensus that we're just gonna listen? We're gonna hear from the departments.
well,
well, are the jailer corporals mandated? Like, where we're seeing they are? By,
They're, what I understood is it's more about traffic control.
yeah, and
When it gets busy.
that's the point of having, like in that case, having David come in and present to the court to us this more specifics.
They're not mandated. You might be thinking of the PIO.
well,
Yeah, if,
okay.
if what Commissioner Jones is talking about, and I understand, I do, you know, I'm leaning toward none. But I want to hear some more
The
information.
only one that sounds valid to me is the jail medical, and that's just
And
me.
that one bothers me somewhat because of the situation we have. We keep adding on that side and adding on the medical contract side. It seemed like to me there ought to be a balance there somewhere where we can shift all of this over here and do away with this.
What
I mean,
if
it
we
sounds like-
approached it from this way? Because I hear what you're saying. What if we said, hey, we're gonna remove them all, it's your job to come in and convince us to put it back in? They're gonna come before us anyway. And so instead of just saying, hey, you've got to convince us to put it back in the budget.
However you want to do it, that's fine too.
I'm fine with every how.
Let's remove them all, make ourselves feel better.
What's
I
it?
just know there's no, well, like,
So,
Homer keeps sticking in my mind.
yeah, well, that's fine, and so I think what I'm hearing, so we move, is to make a decision, is it a consideration to remove all these right now? And then let the departments come in and if they convince us that we need to add one back because it's gonna cause a really big problem, then we can add it back in. Is that,
I think that's what the commissioner was recommending.
Well, before you remove it from me, can you print that screen right there so I can have that or something, or send it to me?
we can always put them back in,
Oh, I got you, but I like to doodle.
yeah.
I like to doodle.
A consensus to remove all these, and, well, with the footnote, after pleading the cases, that we could reverse that decision.
Sure.
By individual, employee, or position, rather.
I agree with that.
I agree.
Okay, you got a consensus.
And thanks for all the hard work on
And so when Francis comes back in
and
and gives
Francis.
us the overview, then these will be removed, right?
Yeah, and it's just playing with numbers, just,
Yeah.
so yes, so we won't have any of that in.
And you'll have that general fund sheet, and it'll be updated to show that.
Yes, we will update all that.
Okay. All right. What's next?
I'm moving on to the salary adjustments to see based on HR assessment, if you want to go ahead and
Okay.
filter some of those out as a consensus of no.
Adjustments.
I have a question. If you have an employee and they're hired in entry level, and so they could possibly come in and at the .80 or between .80 and .90, how do they move up? What moves them up towards the midpoint in their career?
So the consultant advised us to age our structure at a slower pace or rate than any general adjustments provided. And so that's how they're moving through
Okay,
the table, because the table itself is moving at a slower rate than the adjustments.
yeah.
What page are you on?
I'm still in the spreadsheet.
Right, on the deal you gave us yesterday, you had some adjustment,
Those were big blanket adjustment options, not an individual or case-by-case options. This is purely just the spreadsheet that we're going through now. These are every department that has submitted a salary increase for their individual positions. So we have here,
Oh, yeah, that's a good size for Jim right there.
make it big.
I just went the opposite way. I need to be. So of these, we have,
And there's 35 of these, you said?
there's 70 requests
two.
for salary increases. And we have, I'm going to do the O's right now. So 44 of those are listed as other, and that is because the positions are above a 0.8, but they're below a 1 ratio. And HR didn't identify any issues with turnover or attracting applications if the position's vacant, that would prompt a recommendation from us, hey, even though they're above a 0.8, they need to be addressed because we're struggling with retention or recruitment. So that's why they're listed as others, because we would recommend if the court wants to make any adjustments to these positions, that they apply the same process for the group. We can also organize them by lowest to highest ratio. If the court wanted to say, you know what, we do want to address these requests by increasing those positions that are below a 0.9 and bring them to a 0.9, these would be the positions here that would fall under that.
I guess we have an unwritten policy that that 0.8 has been acceptable in the past.
Yes.
Yes.
So if we choose to bring everyone to a 0.9, which I'm not advocating one way or the other, then we're basically changing our unwritten policy.
And that,
Now, 0.9 is acceptable.
yeah, and that's good, and that's why I was asking, if somebody's in the 0.8, are they there forever, or is there a way for them to move up? If there's a way for them to move up, I don't know why we would eliminate 0.8 as the entry level. I agree with you, I think.
And what was your answer?
To how they move up?
How you move from 8 to 9?
So we have our pay grade structure, so where the minimum is and the midpoint and the max. So that is aged or increased at a slower or smaller percentage than whatever general adjustment you provide.
And so you say they'll never get to a 0.9 if the court doesn't go ahead and move them up?
Yes, they will.
Because they will?
Well, yeah.
Because, so the range that they're in, like, we might age the structure, maybe if the court provides a cost of living adjustment or general adjustment of 3%, we're gonna age the structure 1%. So they've moved up now in their range 2%.
Oh,
So that's how they're moving up the structure,
okay.
or within their range. And HR is always gonna recommend, we're gonna recommend moving someone up based on comp ratio if that position is struggling to attract applicants or it has excessive turnover or a trending pattern of increasing turnover. And so what I've done with the Justice of the Peace clerks, there's a trending pattern of increasing turnover there. And so that's why we're highlighting those. Even though they're all above a 0.8, they're lower than a 1 ratio, so we would recommend addressing those positions because there is another factor that is at play, not just their comp ratio.
I mean, and we all know that. We all understand that turnovers can be more than just unhappy with the salary. There's reasons why people leave other than that.
Yes, and for those offices, I would highlight also, the JPs have consistently had an increase in work volume. So not only are those individuals having to manage more work volume, they also have a salary that's below market. So that would be another factor too.
When you say below market, below the 1.0.
Below the 1.
And how many of those are there?
It's about 20 clerk positions, I believe.
That are all below
They're all below a 1, yes.
are they all below a 0.9?
No. I think one of them's a 0.91, the clerk and the clerk chiefs are 0.94.
Okay, so there's not how many of them are below a 0.9?
None of the clerks, because they're all about the same salary.
Well, none of them right now are below 0.9?
Right.
Oh. Okay.
It doesn't affect them, so. So,
On this last year I went through a whirlwind last year, but did we have this issue last year with 70-something employees?
Yes, we have about 80 to 100
Every time,
requests every year, would you say? Yes.
Okay.
I do want to say that over the years now, the majority of, close to 95 to 100% of the requests are now only positions that are below a 1 ratio. So what we have done in April, we try to do it before the budget submission deadline of the auditor's office. We send out each department's specific salary survey to each department and elected official so they know where their salaries are to market. And so now what's happening is all of these requests, I rarely see requests for salary increases for positions that are above a 1 ratio.
I guess the question I would have then to the court would be, how much could we resolve this issue if we determine that we want to use 0.9 as being satisfied ratio as opposed to a 0.8? In other words, if we're.
So we wouldn't get this-
Consensus to use 0.9
We wouldn't get
as our,
this-
as our reference, then
You
what would
wouldn't-
what would that eliminate then?
Will we not get this big list every year is what you're asking?
Yeah.
I can see that.
How many would fall off that list if we said 0.9 as opposed to 0.8?
9.
9 people.
But they're all in 0.85s and 0.89s.
See, I could live with that maybe. As a starting point, certainly not as an end point, but as a starting point, that we go to
And
0.9,
that number,
and that's
I
it.
do want to highlight too, the titles, just if the court is going in that direction. So the court administrators across all courts, county court at law and district courts they all have the same budgeted salary. And so that's been pretty consistent. So when you start getting into the county courts at law right here, they're requesting adjustments for their court administrators. And so as the 19th District Court, our recommendation would be to apply that across all courts.
If we agreed with and what are they asking for theirs?
They are asking,
To go to a point what?
so I could see this county court at law 3 for their court administrator. That's actually closer to a 1 ratio that they're requesting.
A what ratio?
a
One.
1.
But I mean, theoretically, if we went to 0.9 and said that's it,
You can do that.
So,
We would just recommend these are not all of the court administrators of the county. So we would just recommend that apply to all court administrators.
so there are some others that aren't at 0.9?
No, they just did not, these are only individuals that submitted a request. So there are judges that did not submit requests.
That have people in their office that are below 0.9.
Yes, they're all going to be at the same comp ratio because all the court administrators and all the court administrator assistants have the same budgeted salary.
Well, I guess then what I would need to know is if we move these to a 0.9, how many others are going to get moved and what's the cost?
Okay, I can put that together.
Does that make sense?
yeah. So, but when you say 0.9 and that's it, from what the answer I got from the question before is, how does someone move? Well, they still move ahead of 9, so it's not it.
Yeah, they won't be locked in there forever.
No. So, but I was going by when you said, and that's it, so I was playing off that.
But
Yeah.
all of our employees that are non-step or law enforcement, what do we have under 0.9?
I'm sorry,
How many other employees do we have under 0.9?
under a 0.9?
I mean.
Total.
Total, I mean, so that's gonna open up Pandora.
Well, that's what I'm wanting. I need to know.
I mean,
I have that answer, actually.
I'm sure you do, that's why I ask you.
So we have a total of 35 positions
Yeah.
across the county that
Right.
are
Total.
total.
And that includes the courts.
Right, so that would include these 9 positions here that are below 0.9, and so that's a difference there of 26.
Yeah.
So there's 26 other positions that are also below 0.9, and then there are no step positions
When
that
you
are
come back-
below 9.
Or when we meet again and on this before we decide, I'd like to see what those 35 at 0.9 translates dollars-wise.
65,000.
And then how that also affects this total when we say that we're not going to fool with anybody else that's above a 0.9.
65,000.
5,000.
$65,328. That is salary cost to bring them up.
Okay. So, but we need to subtract that from this total request here if we say those are the only requests we're going to honor. So what's the difference between the 55 that we're going to raise up to 0.9, and all the rest of these requests that are above, were already above a 0.9.
There's only 35, right?
You said there were 70 requests total, didn't you?
A request up there, yes.
So what's the bottom line? What's the bottom line? We're gonna, if we move 35 people up to 0.9 and don't fool with anybody else's request.
It's this
That's the 65.
65,328.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
And doesn't count any of these other people asking for anything else.
So these are just the others. I need to pull in the ones that I have. There's, I believe, 9 positions that that I'm recommending
That you're recommending,
that their
like the
adjustments.
JPs.
Like the JP
clerks.
clerks and there's technical leadership positions that requested increases. So we haven't gone through the yeses, the HR yeses. These are the Os, the others.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think this is a good point to say that all the things that we want to do for our existing employees, like this, make these adjustments, look at COLA, and other things that are benefits to the current employees, can only be paid for by how we handle new requests, new positions, new outside entities coming in and asking for money that we haven't provided before. That's the only way we can get
Only way we
there.
can do it, Judge.
And we've got 1,100 employees or so that are depending on us to help them. And if we don't help them, then our turnover rate goes up. So that's our real mission, what we're trying to do in this budgeting process, in my mind.
No argument there.
Can I ask a quick
Yeah,
question? And I
please.
apologize if you said this already. So if there is a COLA, and if the COLA was what you had recommended, does that push those up above
So it
9?
it
Is it
would
okay?
compared to
Different.
market.
Okay, I was just curious.
So a COLA would already push the below 0.9s up to a 0.9, you're saying?
Yes, the only ones that would
get on-
not would be the 0.85. So those 3 record clerks, they're at a 0.85. So the only way they'd be brought up to a 9 is if they received a 5% adjustment, not a 3.72% adjustment.
Oh, yeah, just straight percentages. I gotcha.
That's a good point. Okay, good point.
What else?
That's it. I think I have good information from the court on what you want to see, like these, if everybody put it at a 0.9, I can put that in a table so you can see the totals there. And then when
I like that idea.
Okay, so when I come back, I can work with Haley and we can put that into those numbers so you see what that looks like. And then on the next time I'm up here, I can go through the yeses at that point and what those look like cost-wise. Okay?
Okay.
You know, and this is mechanics of what we're doing, not anyone in particular. It'd be nice if in here we had a printer that when some of these were made.
You don't see my text message?
I got-
Yeah, that we can
I
print,
got-
we can print to, and we can have it in front of us instead of having to look up here. And we
Well,
make changes.
I sent Dustin that question,
Yeah.
about 10 minutes ago, and so we'll get the answer on that. Let's see if we don't already have it. Dustin, are you on?
It would sure be nice.
Yeah, Judge. So I think that belongs to, it may be Baylor. We can talk to IT, but I think it belongs to one of the programs where we have interns. And so I don't know if we're set up to print it, but it may be possible. But it belongs, I believe, to specialty court through some arrangement.
We fund them, right?
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Okay. All right, we'll work on that. I agree that sometimes we need to print something off right here.
Something
on
up
the
to
spot.
date.
Yeah,
Do they have some 11x17s over there?
Yeah, or put in bigger screens, either way, yeah.
yeah. Okay. All right, let's pause briefly, and we've got an outside entity that wants to present to us today. And
Thank you.
You are welcome.
And you'll go the yeses when you come back, right? That you-
Yes, exactly.
if it's okay, we'll take a break after the presentation.
You bet.
Sure, okay with that. Thank you, Anna.
You're welcome.
And we have Ms. Boone with us, with Syntex Reentry Roundtable Initiative.
Morning, good morning.
I come before you once again. This time, I'm asking for a proposed budget. Last year, I just asked you all to convene a meeting with the stakeholders, community proposed stakeholders that's on that yellow sheet that's being passed around to you as I get ready to speak and present. The Syntax Reentry Roundtable Initiative began in February 2023. And as a community-driven listening session for individuals with loved ones and family friends who were incarcerated in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice or Bureau of Prison facilities. This community initiative recognized the critical need for a traditional reentry roundtable in McLennan County, which has a population of 250 plus. We acknowledge the existence of the integration reentry program, which is served by the Heart of Texas Behavioral Network in McLennan County. However, that network serves a specialized caseload of MHMR clients, particularly residing in the 6 counties of McLennan County, Bosque, Falls, Freestone Hill, and Limestone. And it was formerly known as the MHR, MHMR. What was it known as? Heart of Texas MHMR. However, those client services are initiated once they have entered an incarceration period at the McLennan County Jail, and only those clients are served throughout the behavior network. Since the Heart of Texas Behavior Network has a specialized and focused caseload, the Syntax Reentry Roundtable Initiative proposes establishing a collaborative partnership to create a traditional reentry roundtable that will serve the greater McLennan County area and its returning citizens. Behavioral Network Health Network served only 194 individuals in fiscal year 2025. And I got this information from the Executive Director, Ryan Adams. And only 176 clients have they served in McLennan County year-to-date of this fiscal year 2026. And again, we're a county of 250,000 plus. This is not sustainable for the remaining large number of justice impact and underserved individuals in McLennan County who require assistance, and if necessary, justice impact and underserved individuals in McLennan County, and if necessary, the appropriate stakeholders to continue to deny sustainable and equitable service to these individuals. Recidivism rates will continue to affect their reintegration into our communities after their carceral journeys at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice or the Bureau of Prisons. So today, this presentation is shared with the Commission's Court as executive leaders in McLennan County, along with other stakeholders that I've listed, such as the Heart of Texas Behavior and Health Network, Prosper Worco, as well as other community stakeholders that's listed, who hopefully you will encourage to participate and expand in their defined focus areas to strategically serve the critically underserved and oppressed populations, which include the formerly incarcerated citizens within our communities. Hopefully, the outcome will be the creation of a traditional reentry roundtable here in McLennan County, similar to those in peer cities such as those in Fort Worth, Dallas, and Austin. What is the individual impact? A past prison sentence reduces a person's lifetime earnings by an average of $500,000. Cost of recidivism in Texas, by providing stable employment, is key to saving taxpayer money, as each person who avoids returning to prison saves taxpayers at least $28,280 annually. The exclusion of formerly incarcerated job seekers from the workforce reduces U.S. gross national product by an estimated $78 to $87 billion annually. And these figures are coming from Prison Policy Research Economics white papers. Formerly incarcerated individuals face a 27% unemployment rate, which is higher than the peak unemployment rate during the Great Recession and of course during the COVID-19 pandemic. Connecting formerly incarcerated individuals to jobs can create 1.9 million in additional wage tax contributions and $800,000 in additional sales tax revenue over their lifetimes, suggesting that high unemployment rates result in millions of dollars in missed tax revenue in high population states like Texas. And you all know that we are steadily growing in McLennan County as you invest monies into economic development and recruitment efforts to bring businesses here in McLennan County. So I have submitted the fiscal year budget request, and I submitted this same information to Ryan Adams at Heart of Texas Behavioral Health Network, proposing that his staff would partner with One Stop Veteran Center to have one of his staff members to serve as service director over there, and proposing that the office staff, that the staff that be staffing over there at the center have a part-time person to be there to work at the, with their integration program, and have office equipment there as well, and the county partner with them. So that would save the county office spacing, and would say, well, they wouldn't have to, they would just need to fund this. And there would be a partnership between the Heart of Texas Behavior. They already have it set up. They would just expand their program. And maybe some of the other community stakeholders will come forth as well. Hopefully you all will consider this proposal this year and fund it, and get with some of the other stakeholders that I've listed, such as the Prosper Waco. I have communicated with Jessica Addis as well, the other municipalities. We have when these people, returning citizens, come from TDCJ and Bureau of Prisons, they don't just live in Waco City proper. They live in, they go to Bellmead, Lacey Lakeview, Lorena, Mart, Robinson. They have loved ones that live there as well. So if these other partners will come to the table as well and work with you all, we can provide help for them. We can't just hand them a sheet of paper and say, go find your job yourself and your housing yourself on your own. We need to have a reentry roundtable. And also for your review, there is another organization that has recognized the need for such a need in our community, and I'm gonna leave that information with you as well, because they're seeking partnerships for funding and collaborations to establish a reentry service as well for the formerly incarcerated. So I hope you take this under consideration and actually fund a program like this for our county, because we're steady growing. And you can't ghost this population. They're gonna be here. And if they can't feed and have sustainable help, recidivism rate is gonna continue to grow, and we're gonna see the impact. And it's gonna be a negative impact on our community. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Boone, you talked to Jessica Addis at Prosper Waco.
Yes.
What kind of feedback did you get from her?
That they had certain focused areas that they were working on already. And I went to their, their annual meeting a couple of years ago, and I sent over statistics to them about the formerly incarcerated, and she just said that their strategic focus areas were not aligned with working with the formerly incarcerated right now.
Okay.
And I said, that makes no sense when you say you want everyone to prosper in Waco. These are people that are coming back into our community. And so you need to redefine, and I've talked to some of their board members. I know Joe Nesbitt at Central National Bank, that's a board member. I've spoken to him, Andrew Bearfield. So they need to consider, as leaders of this community, that's an important portion of our community, and they're not going away. They're steady coming back into our community. So she wasn't quite receptive, I don't think, and that's unfortunate, but the population is not going away.
Yeah.
And they need help. You can't just, basically, all we do is hand them a sheet of paper. Even when you go to the Salvation Army, when I was released, I was from Bryant camp. When I was at the Salvation Army, they hand you a sheet of paper. But I was fortunate. I had an education, I had a husband, I had so many resources, and I still could not get a job, but I was high profile, so they weren't willing to help. But what about the people that are not high profile and don't have an education or don't have the resources? And that's the problem. And it's harder and harder out here, especially if you have barriers to employment when you have a felon on your record.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have any questions or anything? We appreciate your time.
Thank you very, very much.
Appreciate your time.
Let's take a 10-minute, 10-minute break. I got a couple of calls after. All right. Recess.
Recording in progress.
Okay.
All right, let's call court back in session. All right, Francis,
Thank you.
where we want to go?
Thank you, thank you. So we are just going to start going through expenditure request. And I know sometimes that can get tedious, but we of course don't ever want to glaze over anything. And so we're going to walk you through that. Just as a reminder, I'm going to, no, do you mind sharing the expense summary real quick? And then we'll go to that other spreadsheet with the one we talked about earlier. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So on your big general fund spreadsheet, there is the expenditure summary, has all the departments. And so what we'll be doing here is as we walk through these, and we have departments come in, as there is some consensus and we've talked about it, and, you know, again, it's not the end all, but we'll be greening those just to know that we have talked about them, we have looked at them, and we've gotten some feedback from you. So this list right now, there are quite a few departments that we have already highlighted green. And so, again, we can walk through these if you want to, we are happy to. But these are departments that either had no increase or had a decrease.
Do y'all want to go through the ones that, for that? I mean, generally what we do is, unless you know it's something specific you want to talk about, then if they are not asking for an increase, that we just go and skip them and get to
If it's flat, I would say leave it.
Yeah.
And, you know, just a couple things to note on these departments is, you know, even if they stay flat, we go through each line, and if
Yeah.
we think a line is over budget and they're not spending it trend-wise, we
Right.
talk with them and we get them to bring it down.
Right.
And so, a lot of that, you know, some departments we think like, are they just keeping it,
And that's why I feel
not spending it?
comfortable.
But we watch very closely for that.
That gives me comfort level.
Yes.
Why we choose it.
But I would say a caveat, Judge, would be if we get to the bottom line and we're still not where we need to be.
Yeah.
And have to come back to even the ones that are even and say there's gotta be some cuts made.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And then, of course, you have some departments it's like cyclical, like they may have every other year expenditures, like voter registration certificates.
No. There's one in here that's glaring,
Okay.
and I'm sorry, but,
Oh, we can
again,
talk about any that y'all think.
there's somebody who's $1 million under budget.
I'm looking.
Which one?
County Health Services?
Yes, so that is because they have the large indigent health line. We've brought it down, I think, 250,000 or 225,000. Based on trends, though, we feel like we need to bring that down a little, like not bring it completely down to what's projected, but we can further dig into that one as well. We can go ahead and look at that one if you want to. Do you want to?
I
Or
think
we'll
we
get
gotta
to
look
that
at
one. I'm gonna-
all of them that are over.
We'll just unhighlight it. But yes, we've, that one has been looked at. And yes, it is a very large amount under budget. So we're unhighlight that one. We'll add that one to our list to come to. And so these others, you know, just, again, just nothing out of the ordinary, nothing different. They appear to be in line
So,
with what you've seen in the
on
past.
the projected expenditures for this year and the adopted budget, y'all have already looked at those closely to see if there's money not being spent that could be
Yes.
taken from that
We look
line
at,
item.
we look at 5 years back usually. And so
Okay.
because sometimes things ebb and flow, and so, so we're always careful to bring that down just in case it's needed, but yes. But, you know, talking about, do we come back to these at the end? I know we had Haley had brought that up to me, you know, when you look at projected, you know, when you're talking about bringing it back to last year's budget, do you look at projected and, you know, things like that? And so.
Well, I think we've got to take that in
So
consideration.
just different
projected.
views, and we can look at that as well, so. So again, as we continue here, green is just the indicator that we have talked through it and made any adjustments that you want us to make at this time. Before we get in, I know, you know, of course, as always, we are looking at that amount, that increase in expenditures from one year to the next. And so walking through that, but we wanted to kind of pull together just a summary just to kind of see it all at a glance. And because sometimes when you look at departments, things don't shine as bright as when you bring it all together. So this that Haley has pulled up, this is all the lines in that spreadsheet collapsed into type. And so you'll see last year's adopted budget, the projected, and then what is being proposed or requested. And so then you'll see the sum of that increase over last year's budget. And so I know we've made some adjustments since we pulled this information, but that 168 million is that number that's on our front summary page.
And that personnel line is, in addition to what we've been talking about the last,
Yes, so this is
since
embedded,
yesterday?
and I'll show you
The
why.
This is the embedded ones?
Yes, sir. And I'll show you why that, that number is what it is right now. So just a walk down, you know, capital outlay, like you said, we've already looked, you've seen that detail. And then we'll work with those departments that have requested capital items, and see if there's any adjustments that can be made there. That operating line, so that's all, you know, your supplies, your furniture and equipment, other services, professional development. So you'll see there a $2.4 million increase over last year. And so an area that we, like I said, we're going to go through it department by department, but when it's little pieces, it's hard sometimes to see. So that is the largest increase in that category from last year to requested this year.
And that's
And so-
operating?
Yes, sir. And so, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So it's one that's probably influenced by inflation,
It can
things like
be,
that.
it can be
More so.
activity,
Or
but
activity,
inflation,
yeah.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so I'm gonna show you, if you uncollapsed all those lines,
Okay.
the 10 lines that have the largest increases that attribute to that 2.4 million. And so you'll see there, just walking down from the top to the bottom, I know that's a lot just to like see it one time and to take in. But that top line, that's maintenance of buildings, repair and maintenance deferred. So those are repair and maintenance projects that TJ Jackson already knows need to be done. They're not unplanned repair and maintenance. They are things that need to be corrected and fixed this coming year. Below that, repair and maintenance, again, that is specifically, that's Department 6730, that's Heart of Texas Fairgrounds. So we were budgeting 250, used to budget 100,000, I believe. We moved it up to 250, and now for the last 2 or 3 years, that consistently has come close to that 600,000. So we're bringing those budget amendments through the years. So that's why that new proposed number there is 600. And I know aging buildings and all of the things.
But it's only
that-
projected for about 300,000?
Oh, there was something TJ had, there was an additional, sorry. Parking lot work that needs to be done.
One time, yes. I wonder how much that costs. Any idea?
Well, I mean, that's
About
one of
300.
those areas that we may say, hey, this is it, and we've got to live with it.
So
You know, as consideration, this is how much it is, we got to live within it.
So Haley pulled up, there's about 297,000 of the next year's request is specifically for parking lot maintenance. And that Heather mentioned.
And is this
So that's,
outside of the base, outside of the venue?
yes, sir. This would be non-venue property. And TJ will be with us next Tuesday, and then we'll, of course, have him walk through these. But I just wanted to highlight like how that number grew so much from one year to the next.
Wasn't our statement made at one time that we have the determination of what's venue and what's not? Or not, up to a point?
It's
surveyed
drawn out. And so we can't put ad valorem tax into anything that the venues area is.
Right.
So it's a defined area.
It's already,
But can we go the other direction?
Uh,
Can we put venue money in something that's not considered part of the venue?
Well, but I don't think so, because it's very specific to the voters voted on was not to go take money out of the venue. It's to expand the venue where it creates more activity to grow more hotel rooms, that
Right.
pays us 2% back. You can't go over here and support your operating expenses.
But if people are parking to go to the venue on an area that's not paved, and we decide we're gonna pave it because it will benefit the venue, then does that become
No.
a venue expense?
No.
Well, you could add to the venue, you could,
That's what I'm asking. You could add the parking lot
You could
to
add-
the venue because
you could
it
add to it.
benefits
But then you could
the
never
venue.
use any funds on that piece of
Then you can never use,
other
ad
than
valorem
venue.
funds.
what would you use for concrete?
Well, so the parking, the big load on the parking is not the venue, it's the fairgrounds.
Yeah, but it could be.
Well, so you can't do anything that the voters didn't allow you to do,
I understand.
and that's very strict. And you can't, the other way around, you can't take funds that are generated from tax revenue, general tax revenue,
Outside the venue.
and put it over there in the venue. It's pretty,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, but I think we also need to be judicious in saying how much we're gonna allow in 1 year's time increase in that line item.
Yeah.
And we'll get
That's
with
kinda
that
how
when
we've
we-
done it.
When we circle
This
back
is
to this
different.
department, for sure. That will be a
Yeah.
big point of discussion there.
Yeah.
0640 is records management. That is a department in many previous years, we've had a special revenue fund to cover that, and that fund is no longer something that money is funneled into. And so again, we'll talk about that with John later this afternoon. Utilities, it's, increase in facilities if there's increase in cost. So that's another 200,000. Road construction materials, so of course you'll just see that throughout the list because I know costs have increased and, your workload has increased. Repair and maintenance next, again, that is general repair and maintenance in MOB's department. And so that is covering any repair and maintenance cost for any facility, almost any facility there. And so that, of course, we see just increase year over year. Medical-related services, you talked, some about that yesterday when Anna was talking about, the inmates that are coming in and the medical concerns they have. So we see that increase every year. Road construction, tax appraisal services, that's just based on the preliminary amount that was sent over by the appraisal district.
Why is road construction up there twice?
There's different
Three times,
departments.
actually.
Different department.
We just ran it and sorted it. It's just
Which one was which?
yeah, 4 is 200 and 1 is 165. And these departments may have made accommodations in other lines. We just ran, sorted it by amount so you could kind of get a glimpse. And then food services, again, one of those that does increase every year because I think that contract has an embedded increase, a CPI increase there. So just when we look at, hey, there's a lot of small pieces that make that up too, but just to get a little glimpse there. So if we go back to the summary sheet. Yes, sorry.
You're talking about those contracts that have embedded increases, and I certainly, we vote for those, but I'd like to see us do more challenge of those contracts that go up above a certain percentage on a year's time. Like embedded 6%, 5%, 7%, when others are saying 3%. So there's a lot of difference, and there's a cost savings there if everybody was a little bit lower. So that's just a thought.
And then the other big amount there, of course, is then the personnel. So the personnel numbers that we have in here are to, like we said, to continue positions and salaries as they are approved right now. And so that looks like a big increase for us to say that. But if you look at the top increased lines. So of course, step pay, because that is embedded in the plan. So that is going to increase every year. And so if it's increasing, people are staying. And so the intent of that program, the full-time employees lines that have grown, those are due to added positions during the past fiscal year. And so that will affect, of course, those lines.
Well, how many FTEs did we add we added $6.5 million of FTEs in 26?
So that very far right column, so it'll be your full-time employees, your court reporter line, and there may be other lines that it didn't pick up because they were too small. But I think it was 13 positions.
I'm reading this wrong. It's really hard to follow.
But we know how many full-time employees we added.
How many full-time employees did we add during the
I think it was 13.
during the year? So 13. Now, I've been thinking about that question for a while.
Yeah, that's what we added in the last budget year for to work in the 26 year.
During the year?
Okay, so that was just during the year. Are you saying that was just during the year, or was that from when we adopted the budget and during the year?
No, so your adopted budget included anything that was in the budget. So
Right.
when you approve positions mid-year, like,
Right.
it's not in the budget. So when we fast forward to now, they are approved, so we place them in the budget.
Sure.
And so that's what the
But
difference
Anna
is.
could tell us how many were actually approved in the 2026 budget, and then you add that 13 to it, and that's how many we've added since the
Yes, yeah.
2026 budget was approved.
Two of the mid-year additions, I believe, were part-time.
That's okay. But you know the number that we added from the 2026 budget itself.
I think it was 5.
5 plus 11, 8 plus 2 halves. We added 8, we added 9 positions, basically. 2 halves make 1.
And so, but just the combination of those, that is why, when you look at no change to positions, you would think just flat number, but that is the reason for those increases there. And like health insurance, so that's a increase needed for the move of more employees to the HSA plan, which I know we'll be talking about that tomorrow. HUB will be presenting on that. But just to get an overview there of why did personnel increase if there's no changes embedded in there yet? So I just wanted to kind of touch on that.
And those numbers, again, on personnel are non-LEs, right? That doesn't,
Yes.
because it couldn't, we added 10 jailers.
So what's your question? I'm sorry, I'm not following.
That number for personnel is non-LEs. Or is that,
Yeah, it's just by department, so.
okay, that's strictly by department, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So you'll
okay,
have like 2410,
Okay,
there, 2411. So there's, it's just all mixed up. It's just sorted by amount. It's not sorted by
okay.
any other criteria. But like I said, we'll look at each of these separate. But again, I think when we look at that number and it's big and it's like, why, it is a lot of small amounts here and there. But then I just wanted to show you that there are some drivers that are
Personnel.
that are already embedded there, so. Okay, which doesn't make your decisions easier by any means, but. Okay. So, any questions there? I just wanted to, again, just kind of, we look at it in so many little pieces. I just wanted to pull it all together by category. Okay. So we will, I think, start going through departments that, and you can direct me in any way you'd like to, but departments that I think we can just speak on without having a department have to speak on that request. And then if you want them to come in, just tell us and we'll get them to come in here. And so this is where we start jumping around. And so y'all just stop me if I'm going too fast or you're having trouble finding what we're talking about. So we're going to start with Department 0550. So 0550 is the purchasing department. And so you'll see a lot of these increases are minimal, but they are increases. So they have made some adjustments to their supplies line item of $200. Their other services and charges. So I need to just increases there for anything that falls into that category, which could be our, trying to think of the word, like Smart Buy, our fees that we pay to be on the co-ops. There are MiFi's, memberships like Sam's Club, association memberships, and so needing an increase there. And then they've asked for an increase in professional development as well. And so that's about a $1,700 increase in total for their operating. And so this is where I think, some of these, they are small, but like I said, it is an increase. And so, if you wanted me to go through these, and then if across the board you want to say, hey, is there any way you can get that budget closer to last year's? We can work with departments to do that. But you let me know if you have any
Okay.
concerns about
I'd
any
like
of
to
them.
get everybody's close to last year. Truthfully. So, I don't.
And some of these, like this department is fairly small, operating amount wise too. And so, but we can definitely,
My goal would be.
but I just want to cover them first. Okay, let's look at Department 0580. This is the county treasurer. Their only increase is the increase to professional development. And so I think we're just seeing that across the board, that more departments are sending employees for training and to just to learn new skills, keep up with
How much
what's
is related
happening.
to Tyler?
I don't have they increased it, of course, you can see they're like $2,800.
And the note says Tyler's Connect
Yes.
2027.
So with, so they would like to send staff to the Tyler Connect conference. It will be in Texas this coming year in 2027, so you'll see that throughout other departments. And that,
Gift that
What is it
keeps
that
on
Tyler's
giving.
coming here and teaching us right now?
so they're implementing, these softwares are ever changing, and
is
so.
That actually is happening right now.
Right, so I guess the question is, why are we needing to go off to Tyler conferences if they're coming here to us?
They're,
Updates, there are different things that happen, they update the program periodically, and every other year they host it in Texas, so everyone tries to go to the years they have it here in Texas, so it's cheaper.
One of the things that we've talked about, Anna, is if it has to be a policy or just a recommendation on travel and those type of things, as far as finding out if it can be local, if we can stay local, if somebody can come here and train, stay local, or Zoom, or virtual it.
Well, the policy,
Possibility.
yeah, and the policy does cover a lot of that, but mainly it's this court, whatever they want. So that's a good question to ask. Is that available
Yeah.
closer?
I think we ought to ask that every time. Is it available
Yeah.
closer?
And
Is it available virtual?
So this one specifically, this is related to Tyler Munis, or it's called ERP Enterprise now, and that's for the treasurer's office. So very beneficial as far as cash receipting, banking, payroll. It's the only way that you can keep up with all of the updates. Updates happen weekly, if not monthly.
Are we gonna be on the latest version of everything?
Very close, yes.
That was always kind of a rub I had, is that we were not using the latest version of everything.
Our system is very,
Sorry.
No.
The new Tyler system being in the cloud, it's what they call evergreen, so we will always be on the latest solid release version.
and I know sometimes on the financial side, we've kind of
Well,
held back
if we're
the
paying,
version to let the bugs get worked
Paying
out.
for it,
Yeah.
we're paying, we ought to be.
So,
and just because somebody can't figure it out or doesn't want to work with it, doesn't mean that, we shouldn't use the latest version.
But that's the intent there of their request, is they would like to send staff to Tyler, the Tyler Conference. And that conference encompasses all Tyler programs, so our financial systems, as well as all of the systems that all of the offices or most all the offices are utilizing now. It's a mega conference, so.
And you know, we've been using Munis for years, now time attendance, all the justice products now, so they're.
Records management.
Classes they do at these conferences.
Yeah, probably 1,000. They're really good. So that's just the reasoning for their increase there, and again, we can circle back if needed there. Department 1420. This is 54th District Court, Judge Kelly. So in all of the district courts, you'll see a $500 increase to the judicial assessment line. And so as the county, and as part of the 3rd Judicial Region, we are billed every year for admin cost of the 3rd Judicial Region. It gets billed out equally among all district courts in Texas. And so you'll see there this year, it surpassed the budget. It was $2,500. We bumped it up to $2,747 to make that payment. And then they're already anticipating an increase. We don't know exactly, I think, what that is yet. But so we've bumped those up to $3,000 to accommodate that increase. But that is something that the state sends us as an amount to pay. So there's that. But on her budget, she has an increase to furniture and equipment. And the reasoning there is that they are still in the process of updating the jury room for that court.
And that's something I want to ask about. Do we need to be spending money on furniture and equipment if we're not sure that everybody's going to be located where they are right now when we make the move to the judicial center?
I think that is a great question, and I think until the dust settles, it's something probably that maybe you want to just keep as contingency and then, approve it as needed.
Yeah.
There are some
Until that
unknowns.
final decision's made on who's going to be where, because it seems like every time somebody moves, they want more equipment or different furniture or different chair or whatever. And so until we get to that point, are we spending money that doesn't need to be spent at this time?
And I think this is specific to her remaining here in the current historic courthouse. But it's just.
But, yeah.
Yeah, so.
We've had situations where a judge has moved, another judge comes in that place, they want different furniture, and we buy different furniture. And I think the other furniture must go somewhere up in the cloud.
That goes there too?
It must.
Dang, that IT cloud's getting packed.
That's just my comment.
I think you're right.
Moving on.
1430. So that's 74th District Court. This is Judge Russick. Just the increase here is judicial assessment. Again, like I said, that'll be everywhere. But just wanted to point out that's why there was an increase there. Everything else, he left flat as a whole, so. Department 1460.
60?
1460.
Okay,
Yes,
I
sir.
got it. Okay, gotcha.
1460 is 474th. Judge Bennett. And again, same thing. I know it's kind of a broken record, annoying to keep going through them, but is the judicial assessment. So not a lot of control that we have there.
On 474th?
Yes, sir.
The page I have shows an increase of $135,435 or plus 26%.
Okay.
Is that old?
So
What is that?
this is a good one to kind of hover on for a second. If you look on the screen there, you'll see the operating section has a total, $30,000 is his operating. Up above it, of course, is the personnel. And this is a department that you approved a position mid-year. So you approved another court reporter.
So that's what that increase is?
So that's what that increase is.
Okay.
So. Anything personnel that wasn't already previously approved is in the subsidiary ledgers that Anna's been going through, so. Department 2610, this is adult probation. So a little less than $2,000 increase here. So, you know, adult probation, very large budget for that department, many personnel, but it all hits state grants that run through the county. And so there is a small amount of items that are not usually eligible in grant funds, and so they come to the county and ask for this piece. So, and this is all that's in the general fund for adult probation. But just walking through those, of course, supplies, there's a small decrease. Furniture and equipment, body armor carriers, some furniture and equipment, conference room equipment, furniture rather, and then some office furniture as well. I know specifically in the state grant, furniture is not an allowable cost. That's correct. So that is why we see this a lot here in this department. Other services and charges, there was a decrease there, and then repair and maintenance, just a slight increase there, just based on their annual maintenance contracts.
Back to furniture equipment, have they added personnel?
So those are all, they all run through the state, but
I mean, I have seen adds to staff throughout the year, but then I've also seen resignations throughout the year.
So we don't know if the furniture's because they've added a new person or?
I don't know if we had a detail on that, but we can find out for you.
Do they count as our head count?
It depends on what we're looking at. Where did Anna go? I think in the 1100, it is in there, I believe. Is it in the 1100? Adult probation, employee count.
Employee count.
I'm trying to remember. They're not in our COLA. There's different things that they,
Are they on our health insurance?
no.
State,
State?
I think so.
It's a very interesting
Right.
setup because it is all state funded and it's all flowing through us. And so,
Yeah.
but yes, I believe they're included in that 100. But when we pull up like a COLA estimate, that we have to exclude those certain people, things like that. So it's, but yeah, health insurance definitely.
Good.
I'm drawing blanks today. No. So again, they're, like I said, about a little less than $2,000 increase in total. And we'll get a little more info on that F&E for you. Let's see. Department 3130. This is Constable Precinct 3. Constables, this is something that you'll see consistent through their budgets, but an increase to their travel reimbursement line. So of course, most of the departments do not have county-owned vehicles. They're using their own, so they ask for mileage reimbursement. And so that, of course, that IRS mileage reimbursement went up this past year. I would assume it's gonna go up in January again if they don't do a mid-year adjustment. And so you'll see that either there's an activity, there's an increase in activity for those constables, or it is just based on that rate that they are asking for reimbursement. So it's an increase there. And then Department 3140, which is Constable 4. So Constable Guerrero, and that increase, there's an $800 increase in supplies. And then there's some increase to other services and charges based on publications that they must put out for their duties. So just some basic activity increases here, but that travel reimbursement is the other line that increased the most within that department. And again, based on activity, the service work that they're doing. And then, of course, there is the mileage reimbursement rate increase as well. So Department 3150. And again, similar activity here that you're seeing in their department. So just a slight adjustment there to supplies. That just evens out that number. An additional amount to motor vehicle operating. So this constable does have a county-owned vehicle. There was one that was passed on from the sheriff's office. And so they will definitely bust their, that fuel, oil, and gas line this year. And so just because of the cost of fuel there, of course. And so asking for an increase there that we would recommend as well. Increase to other services and charges, just increase in TransUnion cost, just other operating costs there that they utilize. And then the most substantial increase was to travel reimbursement. And so I think, like these departments, we kind of go through them very quickly, but to us, when we review them, it's based on trend history, it's activity, it's nothing new, it's just increased cost and increased activity that's we're very able to tie it to the activity in those departments and what they're experiencing cost-wise. So. And then Department 7660 is AgriLife Extension.
Did you already pull my grader?
No, sorry.
You already passed me up then.
Yes, we're not, these are just the departments that I don't think we need to bring in unless you all want to, so
Well,
we will go through, we'll go through Road and Bridge very thoroughly.
Okay, you're gonna go back to Road and Bridge in a minute then, or not?
We have that set for Tuesday.
Okay.
So we will have Amy here with us and we'll go through your departments and kind of talk about that in like one conversation together.
Okay.
And then 7660's AgriLife Extension, their increase, some small activity increases in other services and charges, but then the largest one being travel reimbursement. And so, of course, their travel reimbursement as AgriLife Extension agents is a little different than most employees, but their job entails traveling to all of these events and shows as part of the AgriLife Extension service. And so based on activity and then also, of course, fuel rates, or excuse me, not fuel rates, the mileage reimbursement rate, requesting to increase that reimbursement there as well. So that was 10, 11 departments. Again, like I think I ran through those fast. I took a couple notes. It seemed like you needed a little bit more information on some of them. But we can get that and then we can circle back to these. But minimal increases, but again, like I said, they are increases. And so if you like, just countywide, reach out and just make sure that there's not anything that they could accommodate any increase in other lines to try to make their budget as flush as possible.
Tell me again, because we didn't mention it on 7890. Why did economic development go up 100,000?
There is a cash match through MPO, the Metropolitan Planning
Planning
Organization.
Organization? Yeah.
That was approved already. We had it, I think it was plugged over in the engineer's office this current year. It wasn't utilized yet, but we just went ahead and moved it to this line. It made more sense to put it here.
I thought MPO was like 20,000.
20,000.
Our cost to MPO is $20,000.
That's the annual cost, yes,
Okay,
sir.
so what's the 100,000 then?
It's a grant cash match, and I'm trying to remember the specifics of.
Just for us? Just for the county?
Yes, sir. Yes.
But it's through the whole MPO?
Yes. And Amy can speak on that a little more, I know, when she's with us as well. But Judge, if you want to.
Well, and also, I was gonna wait till, Will got back.
Yes, sir.
But it was all the members of MPO pitched in, for, studies and those things, but I don't wanna misrepresent what it was, but I'll get you that, we'll get you the answer on that.
Judge, Amy just messaged me. It's for a countywide sign inventory that the MPO received a grant for.
Okay. I didn't remember what it was.
Received a grant and it's still costing us 100,000?
Yeah, Haley was, it's $1 million grant. So I think the benefit to the county and the entities in this organization, I guess, outweighed the cash match that was
Yeah.
required,
We'll get.
that was decided on at that time. But that is why it's there, because that's already been approved in court. So that's
We approved
placed
it
in the
in
budget.
court?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you know, what you've told us, and everything's justifiable.
Yes.
At the end of the day, what it's gonna come down to is where's the money coming from?
Got it. Yes, no, agree with you. And so, like I said, we work with the departments to bring them down to, the level that we think they should be, but we'll push this communication to them as well, and then
Yeah.
we'll circle back and see what we can
I
do
think
there.
part of the communication needs to be, if push comes to shove, how can you accommodate in your budget what you currently have and no more? What your 2026 budget was? And your request, can you accommodate them by moving around in your budget? At some point, we've got to ask that question if we don't have the money somewhere else. If we don't have the money to fund it, and we go back to a zero budget, and they need something, can they find it in their current budget? That's the point I would make.
And effectively, that's what'll happen with all these that we said we're not gonna increase, then generally what happens is they figure out if there's a way to internally do it. If they hit a brick wall because of some statewide legislature mandate, another one of the mandates you like, then they'll bring it forward and we'll look at it.
So there are a handful of other departments that also had relatively minimal increases, but I really feel like there are departments that need to speak to you for sure. So like one of those, an example is 170th District Court. So that's already come up a couple times on that court is changing their docket makeup. And so, of course, that affects the budget. And so I think, us walking through that, it would make more sense for her to do that. And so we have a short list, 6, 8 elected officials that we want to bring in to speak on their request as well. And so we'll get those in as soon as possible. And so it's not that many departments that I went over today, and then those few that we need to bring in, but that makes up those increases that are not our largest increases.
Right.
And so
Right.
we have to go through them. We'll have to come back and revisit them. We'll pass on that communication you gave us. We should be good to go there. So I think then what we're left with is our large departments. And so those being information technology. And so that's capital request and it's operating. Sheriff's Office, of course. They have many departments and capital requests that are related to each of those departments. And so those are scheduled. We'll have IT is scheduled to start after lunch
Okay,
today.
okay,
And then Sheriff's Office will be with us tomorrow morning, first thing.
okay.
And so those will be two really big.
Is the DA coming tomorrow?
We're going to push the DA to the next week,
Okay.
just for
Linda,
scheduling issues.
So, on the two, 9:30 and 9:45 that we had scheduled this morning, but pushed it because of 10 week. Do they
Yes,
need
I just
come
wanted to
back?
make sure we had plenty of time to go over personnel. We'll get those individuals in.
Okay, get them rescheduled.
Yes. And some may be able to join us tomorrow. We're fitting in as much as possible
Right.
today and tomorrow. So I feel like it's these big bulky areas that we have to cover. And so not a lot of little stuff that we need to look at this year, but we will get it all done. So
John Carter can cut his to 10 minutes probably, right?
maybe 15.
Maybe 15.
He can do 10 minutes, rest of it goes in the cloud.
Oh, yes, the rest of it goes in the cloud.
I love the cloud.
I do too.
Since our budget's lower than last year, yes.
Oh, well, that's, why are you even talking then?
I do, if we have some time before we break for lunch,
Yeah,
um,
and I don't have a stopping time before lunch, so I'm good now.
okay. I wanted-
Circumstances change.
oh, yes, sir.
11:30 sounded good to me.
Okay, well, we can do
Growling,
it then.
wasn't it?
I wanted to go to Department 0190.
0190.
So that is our countywide department. And this is a very hefty department. There's a lot in it. And so, you know, what we put in here is our expenses that affect everyone countywide, of course. You don't tie it to a direct department. This department, I was gonna run through some of them. It is a large increase for this year. I believe in total, we've estimated, let's see, it's about
Countywide was 10.
1.2 million. These line items, though, are very highly driven by activity and trends. And so as we walk through them, I think you'll see that. But again, I think some of these, if we, you know, if there's, I think there will be like policy changes that would need to happen to bring some of these numbers down, or really big changes in the way we operate here at this county. So this first section, just like all departments, this is all the personnel lines that we tag as countywide. So there's incentive pay at the top, which Anna covered yesterday. And so that number there for next year is just the max number that it could be based on your current policy. And then we have things like bilingual pay, holiday payout, comp time payout. So those, again, are all based on policies that the court has. And then we have adjusted those lines based on the trends. So you'll see there that holiday payout, we've increased that. And so, of course, as salaries increase, that line will also need to be increased. We have dropped comp time payout. If you'll look at that, you know, that is where we made the policy change to when an employee uses PTO, they eat into their comp time first, and then any comp time remaining at year end gets paid out at their current rate at that time. And so you'll see there, we're projecting 25,000 for this year, which was much less than we anticipated at the beginning of this change. I think it was really difficult to know what this number would be, but it seems like it's leveling out. Excuse me. The taxes, nothing we can do about Social Security, Medicare, and retirement there. The health insurance, that line is a flow over. So we budget a set amount for each employee to show you each department what it's relatively costing to fund our health program for each department, each employee. As more employees have moved to the HSA plan, that plan is a little more than that average amount. It just depends on what plan they pick. We have no idea what plan they'll pick until after the budget is adopted. So we have this number here to catch that overflow that's not budgeted in departments. And tell me if that's, if I need to speak on that a little more. But because of that move to the HSA plan, we have bumped that amount up to 150,000 to make sure that we are funding the self-insured plan properly. And again, HUB will be with us tomorrow, and they will give us further information that may affect some of our health insurance
Is that per
numbers.
hub, or is that just?
That's just based on
yes.
currently what we're seeing and how much we would need,
So the-
based on current enrollment in HSA.
So the current budget was 50,000?
Yes,
And what's your projected expenditures on that?
so it's just we project that we will need that full probably 50,000 this year.
So we're projecting 3 times as high, or 2 times as, 3 times as high?
It's based on how many employees went to the HSA plan this year. That's the only information we have to go on currently. So. But you know, HSA plan, and I don't want to speak on this not knowing all the intricacies, like HUB will speak on it, but you know, they go to HSA plan. Yes, it's costing the county a little more because you're funding their HSA. But the cost to the county, ultimately, the goal is that the cost to the county for claims.
So
will be
this
much
is where you
lower.
put the money that goes into the people's HSA plans?
It's just the overflow that doesn't fit in their department budget. So if you look, we budget roughly, I'm just gonna say $7,500, let's say, for each employee. And that's based on what HUB said we needed to fund the plan divided by the number of employees. So if they choose the, what do you call the non-HSA plan, the
Copay
copay
plan.
If they choose the copay plan, it is less than that. Their premiums would be less than that 7,500. If they choose the HSA plan, their county's premium plus the HSA contribution is more. So it, over the years, it's evened out because it's just an estimate, and we're funding our own plan. And so we're just pushing money over into that fund. And so over time, more have exceeded that average amount than have been below it. And so that's where we've been, and maybe we just need to increase the amount per employee. And again, that may be something that HUB recommends tomorrow, but we'll see.
So somewhere, there's a break even to the county for this amount?
So, yeah,
So
so when you think
somewhere,
about,
we're gonna benefit from spending $150,000?
yes, you should. That's the.
And where does that, and that'll be, that's something we ask.
That's your claim expense out of your health, out of your self-insured fund. Because you're not.
Shouldn't the
paying this.
aren't the premiums less for the HSA plan?
They are, but when you add the $2,000
Okay.
for the HSA.
But
And you know,
there's
this
gotta be a
is-
break even somewhere for it to
The-
benefit the county.
But
The
this is,
experience is less, the,
Is there out-of-pocket max on each individual plan where I think you would get to this break-even point, you're talking about? And so the out-of-pocket maximum under the HSA plan is higher than on the copay plan. And so the county isn't having to pick up claims costs until $3,500 is met versus on the copay plan, that's $2,000.
And somewhere statistically speaking, we can see that? There's a number
Yes.
floating out, there's a number out there somewhere that shows that?
So HUB would be able to provide
Okay.
that now.
Okay, okay.
and you know, health insurance, I think when we went self-insured, this was discussed how we budget for it. You could have one line item in the whole general fund that just said transfer to health insurance fund, and you could put $8 million there. But we break it out amongst employees so that you can see what that cost is. And so, it's just kind of a different way of doing it.
What time's HUB coming?
They are with us tomorrow at
Tomorrow's room.
1:30,
Yeah, tomorrow.
tomorrow after lunch.
Good after lunch, discussion.
Yes, for sure.
should keep everybody getting awake.
Yeah.
So, workers' comp, unemployment, and then the retiree group health insurance premium, that was just based on trends. I know that is something that is predicted to increase too. So that was just based on the information we have right now, in our records, but anticipating that that would go up.
Now,
there
are
as
we
well.
gonna continue continue going the same way, or are we going to do the smart plan, what's it called?
Health retirement account.
Health retirement account?
So HUB is compiling an analysis of cost for a transition or switch over to that to see if it's something the court wants to consider. But any analysis they bring forward, it would be for implementation in 2020. Health plan year 2028, not 2027.
Okay.
And so those are the personnel lines that are housed there. And like I said, it's based on trends and what we're seeing, and based on policies that we already currently have. So unfortunately, we just see that group just increase every year.
Back to that first page. I think at some point, we need to look at that very first line, because we've gone from 517, I know it's a worst-case scenario, 690, almost 700,000. I think at some point in time, there needs to be something plugged in the policy, not to exceed.
Yes, and I think that's what the change that was made on Tuesday.
Yeah, I know it's in the policy, but we need an actual number.
Yes, so that's what you just need to tell us. That was just the max.
So if you want an actual number, then we have to go back and kind of do some real research on it.
Yes.
And so the question is, it's gonna be an estimate, and are we gonna change whatever the benefit to the employee based on if we miss the estimate? And so if we come under, are we gonna give them extra money? if we go over, you're talking about taking it out of their incentive. But if it's the other way around, are we gonna plug more money in it? So, I think we can lower that number from 690 to, something, it'll probably figure out something a little over 500.
Yeah, I mean, I would be happy with 500, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And then if we have to adjust incentive pay, so be it, but it's still it's something that's not, when it was put in, it wasn't guaranteed, but it is now. It's an entitlement now. Try to take it away.
Well, it's no different from any other step plan or any other benefit.
But I'm just saying,
You're entitled to get paid if you work here.
you're entitled to get paid, and we guarantee them a certain salary. And I think we've got to put a ceiling on that somewhere. That's my opinion. Of course, you understand, I came from a whole different environment that never was a consideration.
Right.
So I'm looking at it from that point, and you were guaranteed your salary and benefits.
Got it. I was gonna say on that number, of course, that's your prerogative. You can make that number whatever you'd like it to be. But in our office, someone is working on pulling what positions are currently filled now, and if they were filled this time next year when incentive pay occurs again, what would be that worst case there? Not just 2% of all, so we can bring back those updated numbers to you probably next week. But again, you don't have to do that either. You can bring it down, like you said, lower than, and lower that further.
Well, the main thing is it an effective tool? And so we would need department heads and our elected officials to speak to that. If it's not an effective tool, don't do it. But I know several department heads have said it was, but
Of course, I go back, and I'm not arguing it's not effective. I go back to the fact that I hadn't found any other county that does it,
right.
and they're getting by somehow.
And so then we'll come back, of course, to that number as well. But then below the line, these are all the operating lines that also fit in the countywide department. So again, very heavy lines, a lot of lines there. You'll see like telephone, internet, computer lines increase there. And that is definitely based on the trend there and what we are projecting for next year. Other services and charges and professional type services, I feel like that increases each year. We're utilizing more consultants. That is also inclusive of the hub contract. It's charged here. So of course, that increased for next year. So that is the main reason there for that increase in other services and charges. Liability insurance, very slight increase there. I know last year was a very significant increase. And so we'll keep tabs on that as well as more information comes in on those.
Which one was that one again?
The liability
Insurance.
insurance.
Oh, yeah.
Damages, claims, and judgments, we, just based on trends again, lowered that. Utilities, so kind of that same as telephone, internet, computer lines. More facilities, we're seeing, of course, more cost there. The tax appraisal services, these are a few that popped up on that 10 highest increases that we looked at earlier. I know that is a preliminary budget number.
That's McCann.
And then, yes, sir. And so they'll be getting us, I know, that final budget. And I know some of you have the ability to speak to them on the board for that increase there. Autopsies, we've seen a decline there, so that is one that has declined, which is good news. A slight increase in legal counsel, outside legal counsel. Again, trend-based and what we're seeing. And then, of course, this is where then your countywide contingencies is housed. And we usually have been doing 1.5 million there. Last year, we lowered it just a bit to even out our fund balance reserve. And when we were trying to get to 33% at the end, but we've plugged 1.5 back in there again. So again, this total personnel and operating and countywide was about a, just came down just a bit. Was about a 1.2 million just in this department. And so like I said, if some of these numbers are getting, something we can control in some way and getting out of control, maybe we need to look at changes in policy, just changes in the way we overall do business countywide, so. Other than some of those personnel line items, is there any of those line items that you might have specific concerns about or things that we want to dig into a little bit deeper? I know some of them, it's just hard to
Now,
do
our
a
property
whole lot.
insurance dropped. And so you've got a,
I think we're still waiting on some information there. It kind of trickles in during the summer. Our final premiums.
Anything else y'all want to look at?
So yes, Commissioner, we'll keep tabs on that.
And then, Commissioner Jones mentioned health services reduction.
Oh, yes.
So you want that, we need to, at some point, address that either with Heather here or.
Yes. I know she'll be happy to talk through that whenever we need to as well. We'll get her in. Okay. So a lot of jumping around there, but I think we're just kind of ready to get into our larger discussions for our larger departments. And so it's about 11:30. If you want, we could go ahead and move to IT if he is ready to do so, or we can just start after lunch if you'd rather not break up the conversation.
I would rather start after lunch and so we don't have an interruption because.
Yes, sir.
I like to hear the presentation and keep it connected. Sometimes I forget things over lunch.
Same.
Want to eat that whole loaf of bread at one time, huh?
So, anything else anyone have? And as you go back on the break, any ideas that anybody has or want to take a different approach? Bring it up, tell Francis. We put it in the numbers.
We can't buy lottery tickets, can we?
You know, it's, we didn't think about that. Okay, not anything else, we will recess until 1:30.
Recording in progress.
Shot at people together.
I know.
Okay. So
You notice it said Adam, he never said hit him.
Hey, that's strategic shooting right there. Sometimes you don't.
Recording stopped.
Uh-oh.
Recording in progress.
Okay, let's call court back into session. So, just had a couple thoughts while I was out for lunch. Not that I'm always out to lunch. So I think we do need to nail down that, any of these numbers as close as we can and not estimate them. And so on the incentive deal, I would say, and I know it's on, everything's on the table. But take it back from, was it 690?
That's currently, yes, that was the
Take it
max.
back to 500, and that's the max that could be paid out in it. So we don't have to worry about, everybody understand that?
Yes, sir.
And the other thing is, we started out our additional, our percentage of unassigned fund balance. I think we were at 30.7 or 9 or something like that.
That was our estimated beginning, yes, sir,
Yeah.
for next year.
And I think we have an understanding right now that we're not gonna try to get back to 33. We can't anyway. And so at least start there, and then we may actually end up having to go below that. But just to get that off the table, to understand that it'd be almost impossible to recapture all that anyway, so let's just get it off the table. Does that make any sense to you?
But the goal is to try to get to 30.7.
Yeah,
That's what
that's
we're
max
aiming for.
go. That's a max go.
Okay.
And if the next courts wanted to go to 33, you're not gonna be able to do it in a year. It's gonna take a couple of years. So,
For sure.
but that's just the way it is.
But I think you need to set a floor too.
Yeah. And so, why don't
25.
why don't we do this? We listen to the next couple of deals, and then we come back like next Tuesday, or we can do it tomorrow if we meet, and we can have a discussion just specifically on that. So, and I'm good with that. I agree with you. Okay.
So
Is that, and
we,
that, so,
go ahead.
is that a consensus?
Yes, sir.
Okay with that?
That's good. I think it's good.
Okay, go.
So we have IT with us next, John Carter. And so several different areas of the budget to talk through. We're going to start with the Records Management Department, our Archives Department. And this is the one, I mentioned this, I believe that was earlier today. So we used to have a special revenue fund, Fund 10. It's called the Records Management Fund. That special revenue went away a few years ago because we still collect on old cases, of course, and there was a built-up fund balance. We've been able to accommodate this budget for this department for the last few years, but we have reached the end. And so his requested budget is there on the far right column of this sheet that we have pulled up. And so once he talks through that, if you're good with that, then we can leave about 30,000 in this special revenue fund just to eat it up, but the remainder is then moved over to general fund. So just something different.
What's the total up there?
330. So 330. So we'd be moving about 300,000 over to general fund, or it's already embedded. It's already embedded in there now. There's just nothing we can. There's no funds left there to. But I'm going to let John speak through that budget.
Yeah, there's one big item, and it's definitely a question of whether.
The personnel for that department has always been in general fund. Just to clarify that, it's just been the operating side that we've had here for many, many years.
And so what's involved in that operating side then, John? What is it, when you say operating side, what is that?
So it's any tools they need. They do scanning. They have a company that does scanning of some of our DA files right now.
Outsource the scanning?
Right, some of it. It's certain files. Right now, we're doing the DA files. We're trying to catch up. And that was that whole thing where we added a scanning clerk last year. So the only differences in this budget and the previous year, The one right here where you see cart shelving, you can see it's a significant increase from 2,000 to 7,800. And that's just so we can put shelving and get a few carts for that second floor that Maintenance of Buildings has just, I think they're almost done with their renovation there. If you remember, the people all moved down to the first floor, and then they kind of broke out that space and made it one big contiguous space. And so we just need shelving up there to hold more files. That's that second line. That's why that's an increase this year.
Haydite blocks and
Sorry?
Haydite blocks and 1x12s wouldn't work?
We could. The problem is it's very humid in that place, and it has flooded once or twice, so we like to keep our paper dry. And also, obviously, we need to organize it so we can find it. And the other big item here, most of the other items are very close. That item that went from 22,000, the Paperflow Infolinks, that's just due to the normal software increase. I think it's a 3% increase this year on and that's just the licensing for the software for our big scanner they use. It's a very high-speed scanner. Now, the big one here is, and this is a question, so every year, excuse me, every year in the professional services line, we do 1 year of DA files, we have them scanned in. If I'm not mistaken, we're from 2019 forward, they're scanning those as they go. So we're at about, I think, 2004. And so what this represents, normally we take a year every year and we go send them off and they get scanned. And it's approximately, as you can see, 26,000 and 34,000 last year. That's just depending on how much is in each year, of course. So this 282,950, that's running at the same rate. We found a company that could do all 14 years that we are backlogged on right now. And that would instantly, it would take 18 months to get all this done. But after that 18 months, that would all be done and we'd have no more DA files to send out. So it's really, truly a question of, would you rather get all 14 years done in 18 months or keep doing them 1 year at a time?
They don't have any breakout, like 6 months worth, I mean, you're saying how many years?
14 years worth.
I mean, would they do half that, would they do 7 years now, 7 years next year? I mean, is there a reason why, 14?
No, we certainly could. We just wanted to see what it would look like to knock that entire number out.
You'd save yourself about $195,000 over 14 years, probably.
Of doing it, you mean, yes.
Yeah, doing it like that.
So it's just a question of whether we'd like to do that or not, basically.
I would put it over in a maybe, but considering everything, we might want to hold off another year. But if things look better than we think they'll look at the end, we remind us and we'll take that in consideration.
Yeah, I mean, so some of the benefits of doing that, if we were to scan them all in, then they are all in there.
Yeah,
So that
I
when
understand
anyone
that.
needs a file, it's
Yeah.
digital. They don't have to go take it anywhere, get it back, all that sort of thing. Plus, we could then destroy that 14 years, and you got 14 years worth of files that are not on the shelf, taking up room that we're paying for.
Yeah.
But
And I understand the savings over time would be the smart thing to do if you had plenty of money.
fair enough.
But nothing's a bargain if you can't afford it. So that would be my view on it.
And yes, we can knock that, if we want to do half or a quarter of it, we could, it would be just according to the amount we do.
Yeah, that's.
And then we, of course, could go back to just doing 1 year at a time. That's what we've been doing for the last, I don't know how many years, quite a few.
With that new company being able to do all 14 for 287, or 280, I can't read it.
282, 950.
950. Will they quote you a by year? So if you know, hey, we want to do 2 years now, we want to do 3 years now, will they quote you a by year like that? So,
I believe so. I mean, we
Okay,
haven't
okay.
specifically asked that
That's what we
question,
need to
but I
look
don't
at,
see why
yeah.
not.
okay.
What sheet is this?
What sheet?
So it's Department 063, 0640.
Okay.
It's actually under the department, hold on, I'll show you.
Archives, there it is.
Let me, it's in a weird spot, so this is on me, because I put it in a weird spot.
This is a fund in
But
transition.
but beyond that large item, it's very close to last year's budget.
In
Drive, under 27 budget, is the project request. And then there's a Carter IT file. And then this has the assessments file, the detail worksheet that we'll go over for his general fund. This is this Carter 1 sheet that we're in right now. And then this bottom one is just an additional document that John provided.
And what was that experience? How did you compile that experience? It's not.
Sorry?
So the 0640 that I was looking at has no, like last year, there was nothing charged there.
Yeah, in general fund. And so it was all in the special revenue.
I
fund.
see it.
Yes, sir. We used it as long as we could.
Yeah, it's only the personnel that stays in general fund.
I agree with Scott about we've never really been one to, on a super long period of time like that, I think we'd be, especially nowadays, we'd be better to hang on to our cash.
It's been working. It doesn't cause a problem. With our extra records clerk now, we can make those deliveries and still get things refiled.
So we can leave one, like previous years, you've had the 1 year charge, is that what the 23,000? So we could leave 1 year, so you can continue that if that's.
Yes, and I think that's in the other
That's
sheet.
what you're continuing, or nothing, I don't.
The other thing would be, can they bill us over
I think
time?
23.
I think you had 31,000 in for
split
that
it.
1 year.
How does that work with an 18-month project? I mean, seems like
one budget.
Yeah, it would actually, probably most of it would hit in the FY '28 then.
you'd have to divide it out.
Or one.
Yeah, we either have to split it, we have to match the expense and accrue it back, or like look at substantial completion, just different, it depends on the project, but we would more than likely have to split it between fiscal years.
Back in large fund balance days,
Yeah, sorry, 30,017 is what you have in there. That's 1 year. Want to move on to IT now?
Any questions, anyone have?
did we want to go ahead and move that down to that 282,950 to
31.
to 30,000 or whatever
Original number.
what the 1 year number is? I would like to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not in the general fund sheet yet, we'll go back.
I think the theory behind it is great. It really was. That'd be wonderful if we could do it. What are we looking at? What page are we on, John?
This isn't printed out.
Okay.
This is from the general fund spreadsheet. So this is what that department looks like now. Personnel, of course, is the same, but we are having to add in all of those operating lines. Moving in from the special revenue fund with that adjustment to professional services. Okay.
Any questions?
Okay, and so then we will move to Department 0630, which is John's main IT department. And we will let him walk through, which you have the handout that has each line item and then the detail that he's provided. And so we'll have him walk through those and explain the changes.
So under supplies, there's only one addition there with some AV tools. Pretty minimal as well, 3% increase from last year. Under furniture and equipment, we have a few new items there. Well, we just have the miscellaneous, which we dropped from 7,700 to 5,500. And then there's an iPad bundle for networking projects. So we have a lot of, as you know, we're building the new dark fiber network, and we needed an iPad to do some of the administration on that network as they're out in the field. That's the $1,635. And then the Imprivata are those, multi-factor authentication that everyone has at their desktop. It's a little corded item that you put your badge up to. For laptops, we find that's a little unwieldy, so we'd like to get 50 of the laptop ones that just kind of plug into your port here, so it's not as obtrusive and you have to carry that thing around with you. And those are about $10,000 total. But overall, as you can see, and this is because we did that very large purchase recently for the switches, we can avoid this normal switch replacement we do every year. So that cuts $125,000 off of that budget. So as you can see, that's almost 44% down from last year. If you don't mind, we'll skip the IT assessments quickly and come back to that one since it's got a little more detail to it. The motor vehicle operating, we don't expect any increase there. Other services and charges. So that one's very similar to last year, except the numbers are shifted in a few different places. So what they've done is they've moved some of the Civic Plus items that were at the top last year. We've moved those down and put those into software because that's where they belong. So we just moved them to the right GL code. And then, excuse me, the new items, so none of the items, as you can see, were inflated much at all. We're dropping one of the memberships and the other phone charges. We already have a furniture and equipment line, so we thought that other phone charges it was always budgeted $1,000. We didn't see a need for that anymore because we have enough money to cover that usually each year. So we dropped $8,500 off there. Plus the $500, we haven't used our mail budget in 2 years, so we figured that was unnecessary as well. And the only new item there is the dock access. So there's an implementation fee. We brought this up. It's from Civic Plus. There's so every year we report to the accessibility on our website. And as you know, we've always been above 90%. We've been in the top 10 percentile of all the government agencies they do. So we've always been very good with our document access and our accessibility for those people who have disabilities out there. However, if we wanted to do it even further and get even better at it, there's this software. And this part of it you're seeing here is just the actual implementation fee of $3,500. If you wanted to do the whole thing, we'd have to look down on the software line. The actual program costs $53,929 every year. So what that would be is it would be the access for the Civic Plus folks who do our website. They do the software for the agendas and everything. It would be, they come in and they analyze all of your documents on your website and they fix all of the problems for the folks that are hard of seeing, hard of hearing, that sort of thing. I think colorblind too is, I better not say that. I'm not sure about that, but they do the folks that have a hard time seeing and everything. So it would be, that's one of the questions I would ask you is if we want to go that extra mile and do more in that regard. Again, we're still in the top 10% of governments and such on accessibility because we do a very good job now.
It seemed like to me if we're in the top 90%, and we see no reason why we're going to drop out, then I think that's an area that we can look at cutting right now.
No, we have a tool called AudioEye, which we also pay for every year, and that's what that does, is it automatically goes through and points out all the problems to you. And some of those problems are easy to fix, and we fix those. Some of them are medium fixes, and we get to those as we can. And then some are much harder fixes, and we'll have to deal with those.
But you're saying it'd save $100,000 not to do it right now?
Sorry?
Where's the $100,000?
Oh, that's a different line item I was about to explain.
Oh.
Sorry.
Well, how much is it?
It's $3,500
$3,500
to
for
implement it, but then it's, every year we'd be paying as an ongoing fee, $53,929.
So about 59.
I think that's a hold right now.
I'm good with not having that,
Okay.
not buying that new.
For now, yeah.
Consensus? Okay.
So the line item I put down there, so this is what I mentioned earlier in court when Anna was up here. So, excuse me, as you know, I have a request in for a Network Administrator 2 position, and I had originally asked for $96,000 and a Network Administrator 3 position, but Anna and I had talked, and she didn't see the data to support that request, which I understand. And what I really need is a network engineer, and I was hoping the 96,000 would be able to attract someone on the low end of that, because typically a network engineer, you're talking easily over 100,000 in salary. So after hearing, how things are going and what we're trying to do here as a county, I thought, well, how about this as an option? Remove that request for a new position and put $100,000 in the budget and get a consultant who can actually do this work we're looking to do. See how that goes. If that suffices, then great. We don't have to pay benefits and all that, which, as you know, on $90-something thousand would be up to, what, $150,000, $160,000 for benefits, or higher, I don't know. But, so my option is to throw in for consulting, basically, and have an engineer come in and look at our network. Because we're having some latency issues. We're having some issues with our new dark fiber network, getting that up to full speed. And it's just basically, no other way to say it, it was just kind of gotten beyond our capabilities here internally.
And it's non-Tyler related?
Sorry?
Non-Tyler related?
No, it's not Tyler related. This is our network that everything goes across. And it's, as we expand buildings and we get more and more applications on the network, it becomes harder and harder to secure it and give good access and high speeds and that sort of thing.
Would that person be hired at a hourly rate? I mean, that's a consultant.
Yes,
So
yeah.
so that's 100,000 would be maximum, right?
Correct. That would be a not to exceed.
Not to exceed, yeah.
For 1 year only?
Sorry. Yes, for this year, and then see how that goes, see if that would suffice. Maybe it solves all the problem and we don't need them the next year. It's hard to tell.
Tell them don't work themselves into a job, okay?
Probably have to offer them a lot more. Anyway, that's something for you to think about. We'd
Okay.
like to.
Okay.
Okay.
So moving on, repair and maintenance. Sorry, yes, repair and maintenance, 606. As you can see, that one is down 58% as well. And that's mainly due to our Isilon replacement. That's our file server. That's where we put pretty much all of our files and data and such. Our guys, I have to thank the team for this one. I put it to them that the budget was going to be very, very tough this year. We were going to have a hard time, and they came up with a solution that solved this problem and two other problems we had. If you might remember, a couple of years ago, I mentioned a 300% increase for some of the stuff that runs our servers. They've gotten around that now with finding another solution. These guys have they solved three problems at once, which was awesome. But anyway, so that brings a lot of that down, as you can see. Our support is coming down because we're aging out servers. The firewalls, again, because we did this large purchase this year, we can avoid the firewall purchase next year, the 40,000 that you saw in for last year. And the switches you see for 90,000, we could bring that off the board because we did this large purchase this year to get things running for the new dark fiber network. And then for the IT contingency, again, we had not eaten into that contingency as much as we had thought, so we dropped that down to $1,500. And then we do expect tires for one of the vehicles because we have a couple older vehicles, so that will stay at $1,500. But as you can see, that's down again to $71,973. And that is part of our holistic plan we have in IT. Since I've come in, we've gotten a security plan, a tactical plan, and an operational plan. And I know we've taken some big bites over the 3.5 years I've been here so far. But as I mentioned to a few of you, that's the last big bite we had to take. We're now going to start seeing all the fruit of that purchase. So the next few years, you're going to start to see these decreases in a lot of these line items. Because these are all, 5 to 10 year plans on this stuff we're doing.
You understand this is a recorded meeting and you will be held to that.
And I will be
standard.
held to that statement, absolutely.
John, where does our reliance on the cloud, what does that keep us from having to do? So many mainframes, so much hard drives or storage?
Yes, it keeps us from buying so much more hardware because the storage, no matter what we do and all the great things we come up with, the storage needs go up every year. We store more data and more data and more data, and the county has to keep pretty much everything.
Right.
So going to the cloud has allowed us to stop having to buy so much hardware that then needs to be replaced every 5 years or so, can fail. It has these, and then you see those big spikes in the budget where you have to spend a whole bunch for 5 years and then you don't spend some for a couple of years. So yes, it's prevented us from buying hardware. It's also offloaded some of the network traffic so that other applications can run a lot smoother. Again, as we branch out, we've, put, 2 new buildings in play, or at least put more people in those buildings this last year. So we're only growing. I don't think anybody thinks we're going to shrink at all. So the cloud strategy has been a key part of that whole thing to keep us running.
Okay. But there's nothing there that's in the cloud that would, if our system went down, we would have immediate access, or is that what the cloud would do for us?
Sorry, do you mean immediate access to?
I guess our information, all of our information, if our system went down, we could piggyback off it and be back up and running.
Yes, so part of the dark fiber network, which should be in place by the end of August this year, so currently we have one connection here and we have one connection at our backup facility.
Right.
But if anything gets cut in there, if a line got ripped out of the ground or the provider did something that took us down and we lost connection to the internet, we would be disconnected, full stop. Can't really do much of anything except internal work. But once we get this network in place, we'll have a complete redundant ring so that if it got cut in one place, like down here on 5th Street or something, then everybody has another path to get out to the internet. We actually have 3 connections to the internet with the new system.
Okay.
So once that's in place, yes, we'll have a much better chance of staying up.
Okay.
But the good thing about the cloud is you don't lose that data, you just might lose connection to it.
That's right. Yeah.
So, I mean, the first thing you want to do is not your access to data, it's the safety of that data. And that's one of the things the cloud does. It distributes that data amongst different data centers in the US, so it keeps it safe. No one problem can destroy it. And then you worry about access, of course, and that's why we're fixing the network and having 3 connections. For, by the way, less than we're paying now for our internet access.
Right.
If we're good with that, we move to repair and maintenance, the phone repair and maintenance. And that's pretty steady. It has a slight increase, as you can see, a 2.94% increase for next year. And that's based off of a direct quote, so we know that'll be the number. Travel reimbursement, we did go over our allotment this year. I think that's travel within the county, so I think that's mainly due to us moving down the street and folks having to use the vehicles a little more, and sometimes their own personal vehicle. Software licensing. Now, normally this would go up every year, but as you can see, it's gone down almost 22%. Due to a few factors, but one is that we're leveraging things we already own. We've done that twice already in this year alone. We found something, we found a problem, we've leveraged something we already owned and extended it and fixed that problem so we didn't have to buy software or buy more software. unless you'd like to talk about any one of those lines in particular. The ones down there that you see that say new, so these items, a lot of these are not brand new. Now, that first one is the one you've already said we're not going to do just a little bit earlier, so don't worry about that one, the 53,929. The next one down there, abnormal AI, that is on a, we're applying for a grant for that. And the 16,505, that is the match to that grant. That is a 30% match that they require for the Department of Homeland Security grant. So that will be grant dependent on whether we get the grant or not. And then the privileged access, the VPN, the next one down there is 25,000. That is plugging a rather large security hole we have now. So currently, if a vendor needs access remotely to some system to help someone, we have to monitor that access as it's required. And so our folks are working after hours, doing all kinds of other things having to do with these vendors. What this would do is solve that problem. It monitors them remotely and securely and keeps them from doing anything that they shouldn't have access to. That is the only new, that's one of two new ones. So the DNS, the next one down there, DNS Management and Administration, that goes hand in hand with the one I just mentioned. And that provides us the access to manage all of that access. You'll see it's listed at 41,000. Sorry, I strike that again. The other new one there as the AI third party. So as you know, we did a pilot this year for ChatGPT.
Yeah.
That pilot was very successful amongst the people who used it. They really liked it, felt it really helped them. But we found another application that we think is better suited to that because a lot of people were worried about them putting in some sensitive data to that. And we have this program called Logically. We're currently doing a pilot of that as we speak. So this is one of those that as we do the pilot and we get into latter part of August and we start to finalize the budget, I would ask you to leave it in today no matter what, and then see if we even think this is the right way to go after we've gotten, a month and a half into the pilot. Then we can say whether or not we really think this is a good idea or not. It looks great and we think it is, but, we'd rather at least try it out before we say no.
It's called Logically or Logic?
Logically.
And will it replace something else we already have?
Well, we're discontinuing the ChatGPT pilot, so we won't be doing those licenses. Those were a
Okay, those
pilot
go away.
only.
How much was the ChatGPT gonna cost?
It was 25,000 and we added, it would have been around 35,000 a year for 50 licenses. And this would be 50 licenses at, $14,400. So it's obviously a much better proposition from the money side of it.
Return for your money, yeah.
But also.
If it works.
But yeah, if it turns out to be what we expect it to be. The second part of that is security. So currently, if someone's in the ChatGPT, even if they're in our tenant, so it doesn't learn from our prompts, but they still get to own our prompts. So if we type something in or upload a document that's sensitive, they get to use that for their own purposes internally to the company. They can't help it learn the GPT, but they can use it for their own purposes.
Yeah,
And obviously, we don't want that as a government.
right.
Logically, they provide a third-party LLM. So what they do is you can use any of the LLMs, first of all, not just ChatGPT. You can use all the other ones. And it stores it on their server independently, and it's all our data. They don't do anything with it. So it's highly secure in that regard.
Yeah.
So
That's better.
yeah, that's why we like it. It's not the money part so much, it's really the security. And then down there, the reason I left these other two in, the Crystal Reports, we're not doing that this year, so that drops to 1,500. And then Signary, that was a 3-year contract last year. So for this year and the next year, we won't have any fee in that line either. And that's why you're seeing the actual overall number there drop. So it went from 639,090 to 500,822.
I like that.
And that's part of that plan. That's where I say you're going to start seeing the fruit of what we're doing is we'll start seeing these decreases in different line items. Tyler Software. This one, it's very similar, as you can see. The reason it's going down just a little bit, as you can see, almost 2% there. And that's really due to the implementation. There were some implementation costs in this line for this year that won't be there next year. Microsoft 365,
Why did the enterprise public safety go up so much?
enterprise public safety. Oh, from 134 to 306.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So it includes, so it went live last year in the middle of the year, and we had to add a few, users to that one, because see, there are some people who need to see that but not actually do anything, just to read-only access. And so that's why it went up to that number. But it also included, and I can't remember what the other thing is, report writer, I think we added this year. We came to court with the report writer for them and some other things that will enhance that product and make it more useful for them. So that's why we added some money to that one. But those are all direct quotes, so they are the exact number they'll charge. There's no guessing in there. Microsoft 365. So as you can see, we dropped that almost 5% this year. What we found was we had all G3 licenses. As you know, we phased that in over 3 years so we could get some value out of the existing licensing we had. But we discovered that G3 licensing wasn't required for everyone, because what G3, the biggest thing that G3 allows us to do is install the software on the machines, which is necessary for most people because they do use it a lot. But for the jailers especially, we had a lot of jailers over there. All they're doing is checking email, and they check it, very sporadically. So they didn't need the full license. So we bumped them down to a G1 license for next year. That's why you're seeing that decrease there from 390,000 to 372,048. Professional development. As you can see, that's a 6.5% increase. And this is, as you can see, the increase is in the certifications. So this is also, in a way, tied to the certification request that Anna's brought up that I sent to her. And so what that's about is obviously paying people on either monthly basis or a pay period basis for having certain certifications, and it would be very specific list of certifications. And what this line is meant to do is because that's meant to, of course, incentivize people to get those certifications, to professionally develop and get more skilled at their job. So this would just be allowing for the fact that we would have to pay for a few more certifications, people getting those. That's why we put that from $2,200 to $6,000. Now, obviously, if the certification pay is not approved, this might not be the number we need. But that's why the number is larger this year than last year. And as you can see overall, we're down 9.3% on our budget from last year. Now, did you all want to go to the assessments? I mean, is everybody satisfied with that? Do we have any more questions on?
Was there something on the ADA that needs to
Yeah,
be
so
covered?
the item that you pulled, the $3,500 under other services and charges for Civic Plus doc
Yes.
access, I think there was a message sent that it might be something that's mandatory
Yeah.
per ADA standards.
Yeah, John, Jaquinta's been messaging me, and so there is a requirement that goes into effect in April of 2027 for counties with populations at or over 50,000. So I do believe it is a mandate from what we're seeing right now.
Okay, well, we can discuss that too before the budget's set anyway.
Go ahead and stick that back.
The 3,500?
Yeah.
Just the 3,500 portion of it?
No, it would
I
be.
think it would be the ongoing as well.
We can talk about that. We'll discuss that before we set budget.
And the mandate is from whom?
It's from the DOJ. It's from, we're compliant under our settlement agreement, but it looks like in the past year or so, they've enhanced some of those standards on website accessibility, and we're compliant with some, but we are short in other areas.
Okay.
Okay.
There's something down there at the bottom, Francis, capital outlay, AV projects, is that something different, or?
Yes, he hasn't covered any of that yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still to go over that. I figured you'd probably want to go over the assessments first, but.
Assessments next, okay.
No questions? Carry on.
Did you give them a printout of the assessments?
Yes,
Okay.
the second
got it.
handout's the assessments.
So the assessments comes to, is it 241,287?
The general fund portion.
Oh, sorry, that's just the general fund portion, that's right. Keep forgetting that.
Looks like there's a sum of total cost for departments and a sum total for,
By item.
by item.
Yes, sir.
So, okay,
Yeah, the total is actually 302,844. Now, that's obviously a little bit higher than it's been in previous years, but if you remember last year, I don't remember the exact number, but I believe we cut out about 172,000 that we wanted to defer. I would urge if we do cut some of these this year, that we keep that number in there, because those are the oldest computers, so we don't want to take much more risk on those in a year.
John, one of the things that we talked about was buying and storing a handful of computer products as opposed to just automatically replacing. And then when one reached a point where it needed to be replaced, we had one we could put in it instead of going through and replacing a whole bunch. You remember us talking somewhat about that?
Yes, and we do that to this day. So what we do is we, for instance, if a hard drive is running out of space or it's dying, we actually buy a hard drive if we can replace it, and just replace that hard drive. We don't automatically just replace the whole computer when something's wrong.
Okay, I
We
know
definitely
one
don't do
time we
that.
did.
Yeah, no, we don't do that. The only time that a computer is replaced and there's not a specific problem is if it's gone past the 6 year, well, at this point, it's now going to be 7 years. If we've had a computer 7 years and it needs to be aged out because it can't be upgraded then, which will make it where it's insecure. It
You're talking about for security purposes.
Right, for security purposes.
Can't do the updates, it cannot do the updates?
Right, and that's all by design by the manufacturers, of course, to get you to buy more, but
Designed obsolescence.
yes.
So of all of these listed here that are broken out, all of them have reached the obsolescence point that cannot be updated security-wise? Are we saying?
They're not all there yet. That plan, it'll take 2 more years to make that the full plan. So some of these are on a regular schedule, which is on the 5-year.
So is there any savings in this list that you have for us by being able to do what you said to do? Or is this the list of those that have to be replaced mandatory?
No, we can, and I was going to mention that, we can go back and look at this list and come back to you with another set cut where we could put that off another year.
I would
Absolutely.
appreciate it. I think it'd be.
We'll do that.
Yeah, we need to figure something out.
Yeah, what we're doing now, we started it, I think last year or the year before. We started getting we used to get a 3 years and let them go 5 years. We're now getting a 5-year and let them go to 7 years. So we go 2 years without a warranty at the end, assuming that we can, most of them you can get by with that.
But you have a replacement if you had to.
Right. And what we do is when we take in some of these that are really old, can't be upgraded, but they're not, horrible yet, we use those for spares. Like, we got I think, I don't know, 60 laptops from elections that were old poll books because they got a grant to get new ones.
Yeah.
So we've used those for trainings. We give those to somebody if, like, their machine dies before we buy another one. So we're getting our value out
You
of the
know,
LPMs.
like you did mine, and I don't know, maybe Commissioner Perry, I don't know if his is the same way as mine, where the laptop serves as the hard drive.
Yes.
Are there any of these that can be done that way, that they have laptops that could be used as a hard drive as opposed to replacing?
Yes, we do that. We ask every person who's supposed to get a new computer, we look at their situation and see if that makes sense for them. The auditors did that for us. They went down, instead of having a machine and then a laptop that they would take home, they now, I think most of you guys anyway, have laptops only, right?
Well, you know,
Take it home.
with all that the auditors do, it would almost seem like that would be a possibility for everyone, to be honest with you.
Well, in some cases, you have people who never really need it outside the office, and then a laptop's more expensive than a desktop.
Yeah, but I'm talking about if they
So it
already
doesn't make that
have a
much sense.
laptop.
Yes, if they already have a laptop.
If they already
yes.
have a laptop, that seems like a distinct possibility, other than the fact they just don't like the idea of having to unplug something.
No, that's, so if someone already has a laptop and that's on the list to be replaced, they assess that. They go to them and see if that might be an option to just have a laptop instead of a desktop and a laptop.
And who makes the final determination that yes, it is, or yes, it isn't?
Between them and us, we do sort of the same thing Audit does, where we get the information from them, we assess the situation ourselves, and then we'll either recommend to you, yes, this is a good idea, or no, it's not. And of course, you all are the ultimate
It's not
deciders.
necessarily left up to that individual to say, no, I don't like that idea.
No, it's,
Okay.
you know, if it's an elected official, we'll probably go along with it and tell you, here's what they want. So, but we will always give you our opinion.
Okay.
So we'll come back to you with that list.
What's next?
Anybody have any more questions about the
Any
assessments?
questions?
No, you're gonna reassess the assessments.
Correct.
Okay, I like it.
So capital items, capital outlay.
You're not allowed this year.
I gathered that was on the agenda.
It may be.
It may be.
The first item there is the Chevy Traverse. That's the second of two vehicles. If you remember last year, we decided we'd asked for two vehicles, and you said we'll do one this year, one next year. This is the next year.
We
vehicle.
meant the next year.
This virtual cluster solution, as you can see, that's $400,000.
I'll tell you, I could save you 400,000. I can create the biggest virtual cluster you've ever seen.
Cluster that.
I was just about to say, we're going to drop that recommendation. Because that's something that, while it would be very good to do, we're going to be hard pressed with our current workload and the stuff we're doing to get that done anyway. So we're
You
going
don't
to,
need my services this year.
no, not this year. So we're dropping that request.
Great.
The data domain storage extension, this one, I would love to say drop it, but I really don't think we can. So what this is getting our data storage that's on site. If you remember, we mentioned the word Isilon a lot. That's our file server. This is going to allow us to have the security we need on site. It's not the same thing, but it's the same purpose, which is securing the data we have in the cloud now. Because we have a lot of data on site that doesn't need to go to the cloud, especially historical data, that there's no reason to put it up there. Things like, well, once we go off of EDOC this year, we'll have all that data that we need to just retain for historical purposes and any kind of research. But there's also plenty of stuff. When I say we have stuff in the cloud, we don't have everything in the cloud yet. We still have plenty of stuff on our servers, so we still have plenty of applications that we need to protect the data. And this 350,000, this is also another one of those 5-year solutions, so you won't see this every year, some big number like this.
I certainly don't want to get into it here, because it may be a discussion for, if we're talking about security in closed session, but obviously we have to be doing something right now.
Correct, and now all of that hardware, so what we did last year is the hardware went end of life. So we got a company to give us a year warranty on the hardware, just a third-party company. But now that year is running out and we need to do something. We need to change the hardware. This is all a hardware change. It's for our old Isilon stuff that we need to replace, file server, sorry, stuff we need to replace. So yes, we're on our last legs on our machine now. Well, a set of machines, actually. And all these numbers, keep in mind too, there's actually 2 of everything I'm telling you about, because we have one and we have a disaster recovery model that backs everything up. So that's why things are in the hundreds of thousands, unfortunately. There's always 2 of everything.
2 of them, right.
Now, this next number 2, the DA storage network, we're not seeing a lot of appetite from the users of that system right now to help us out and get that done. So we're going to drop that request as well, the 205,000. And again, we're pretty flat out anyway, so we're not sure we could achieve that anyway in this next year.
So that would never be something that could be cloud stored? It has to be hardware stored?
Yes, so the problem you have with the DA, you're talking about the DA, it's a DA evidence network, and the problem you have there is you have a vast amount of data when they start doing their discoveries and everything, and some of that can involve children, and you cannot, it's illegal to have that out on the web or cloud of
On
any
the cloud?
kind. You have to have that on premise.
Okay.
But yes, we're dropping the 205 request. But warning, you'll probably see that next year on the budget request. This next one, we feel pretty strongly about the election storage network. And again, that's on so this year, we had it in the budget to replace the elections hardware, but then their company went out of business and they were talking about going to the cloud for their solution. But then Jared backed off of that, and now they have that other company, as you know, kind of supporting the next elections software. So we kind of don't know where to stick or twist on this one because we're not sure what's going to happen there. And we just found out recently that a competitor, once the company went out of business, the competitor bought the actual source code to it. So the company supporting it doesn't even own the source code, and we're in a very sticky position. I won't go too much farther with that, but we need to do something with this. That's why we're keeping this 90,000 in there, because the hardware is out of date anyway. We need to do something.
And that's not one that can, and it's, Jared didn't want the cloud storage, or?
You'd have to ask him what his exact reasons were for not going that route. I know at the time he made that decision, the company wasn't out of business, so I'm sure he was assuming they could go forward with what they had and,
Right.
just refresh the hardware.
But it would be legal to use cloud storage.
Sorry?
It would be legal to use cloud storage.
Yes, there's nothing wrong with
So
that.
he
no.
can't,
No, we're not talking about, so again, I should point this out. We're not talking about voting. We're talking about voter registration. So we're not talking about somebody voting over the internet or anything
right,
crazy like
strictly
that.
registrations.
Yes. I should have said that up front. So the point, the reason
We'll
I.
direct all open records requests your way.
That's the one part of this job I would let go of, is any elections-related stuff. So my point in saying all that is, that 90,000 is at this point, it's a good guess, but it is still a guess at this point. So that number could change as we keep talking to Jared and keep making our plans. And before the budget's done, we do plan on getting with him and trying to get a better number nailed down for you and a better direction of where we're going with all this. Because right now, now understandably, he doesn't want to make a change before the election in November. We don't want to do that. That doesn't make any sense. But after that, we need to have a plan in place to then do whatever we're going to do there. And again, obviously it'll involve Jared and what he wants to do. And the next line down there, though, this one I'm not sure should be in our budget, but it's the PDK system. It's the door access system that Elections is looking to put in down there where they are. Usually, I think maintenance of buildings typically handles the physical security, but we threw it in here to make sure it got into the budget request.
I guess I don't understand what that is.
I don't either. What
It's
is
a door access system, with the
Key card
and everything.
card?
Yes.
For how many doors?
Maybe 3?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you that offhand, but
And what do we use now, lock and key?
yes, it's just, well, the office is open, I think, typically during the day, right? Just open to the public. I think so. But he's looking to secure the other areas of the office. I think they do use lock and key now, but if you've seen that area down there,
Yeah.
they're actually storing things kind of out in the hallway there, and then there's a locked closet in the back area. It's just for security. I mean, he'd rather have the door access system.
I guess the only question I would have, has there been a problem that you need security?
I don't know if Jared's planning on doing the budget.
Okay,
Is he planning to come here to talk about his budget?
okay,
But I would ask him that question, or we can get the answer for you.
I will.
Grab him.
So is that gonna,
That is a request from the elections department.
is that gonna close that entrance down there?
No, well, I don't think so. I think the plan, our project manager Timothy is the one who's been involved in this. I haven't been intimately involved, but I think they're planning on locking the doors that are their offices back there and then the storage areas that are off the hallway.
All right.
No, it's not meant to block the hallway, I don't think.
Got it.
But I know there's some talk about elections taking up more space possibly, and there's a lot of things involved in that I don't understand yet.
Okay. Well, if we need to, like, just get him on the Zoom in the next meeting or two, we can do
Yes, we
it.
can do that for sure.
And all the rest of these are security cameras and AV upgrades. I think you're become used to this with us in the last couple of budgets here. The first one is at our building at 1211. We have scaled this one back. We originally had, I think, 8 cameras planned. We've scaled that back to 3 cameras now. And that's scaled it back from about 17,000 to about 8,000.
Exterior camera.
Exterior cameras only, yes. There's no need, and, well, now that, we used to have P-tips in there and a few
Yeah.
other folks, so now that we don't have anybody but IT in there, we keep
Yeah.
the doors locked anyway all day long and all
Okay.
night, so we just worry about security on the outside.
Okay.
And it'll become more of an issue, as you know, when winter comes along and you're leaving at night.
What about the outbuilding?
The outbuilding's locked, it's got a security code, but, you mean a camera on it? Sorry.
Yeah,
Yes, so the idea is to put one camera in the front, one camera on the back door of our building, and then one camera on that outbuilding.
okay.
Because we do have a lot of indigent folks around there or homeless folks around there.
Yeah.
Home free,
Unhoused.
unhoused, thank you. But I will reiterate, we have not had a problem, so we have not had any crime or anything like that we know of, so that's merely precautionary. Then there are security cameras for the new 25th Street building. Now, that one is open to the public, as you know, part of the day, and it is far away from our campus. So it does have a back area there that, could
How many
hide people.
cameras?
Sorry, I couldn't tell you exactly how many, but
So,
at 25,000, that's got to be at least, 8 or 12 cameras.
oh, okay, so
What
that's
was that,
inside
8,000?
and out.
Sorry? The 8,000 is our building, that's the next line down.
That was 3 cameras.
3 cameras,
So
right?
3 times 8 is 24, there'd probably be at least
It can be, yeah, it can be a little bit different because some of the cameras are, like ours, we're planning just those 360-degree type cameras or 270-degree cameras. But on their building, because their building's an L shape and it also
Right.
has a part behind there. So there's more things to watch, more corners and all that.
Okay,
And then I would imagine they'd want one in the lobby to watch, when public comes in.
yeah, sure.
The next one there is the AgriLife meeting space upgrade. So what that is, as you know, we spent a lot of money last year getting the AgriLife building, getting that nice, I think it holds 350 people or so. It's one of the best rooms in the county now for holding a meeting.
Yeah,
The one thing it's not set up for is holding online meetings. So if you have to do an online meeting, people have to pass the microphone around and have to do some things to make that work. This would be to get microphones all installed and everything, and the camera system set up for the front up there, so you could do a full online meeting.
yeah.
That's something that could be delayed, though,
Yes, that is certainly something that's
not a.
Until they get a quieter air conditioner.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what
Until you get quieter air conditioning, I don't know if it'll do any good.
yes, that.
You either
that-
sweat or can't hear nothing.
And you're right, Commissioner, I think that has to happen first.
My understanding that may have new members of the county coming in through positive elections that know something about HVAC units.
You would think.
You would think.
Dang.
Did y'all ever get any donuts back in the
Donuts?
day?
Oh, yeah, we did.
Okay, I figured you did.
But that's, I mean, if we're looking at
Fleecing all
size
the court
items,
members.
that, to me, that could be delayed until we solve the HVAC problem.
That is definitely a want. It is not a necessity need.
Take it off of there right now, then.
Fair enough. And then the next one you see there is the Commissioners Court TriCaster. What that's going to allow us to do is have far fewer problems in here when we do the Commissioners Court meetings and every other meeting we do in here that's online. That is another one of those that if you did want to wait until we move the Commissioners Court, now it wouldn't hurt to have it and then just move it with the Commissioners Court. It won't cause any problems, but that is something that I could see we could delay if you're looking to save.
I could see delaying that.
I think take that one off.
Yeah, I'll take that off.
Then if we have problems, we can tell people we saved money, and that's the reason we have a problem.
Our guys, as you probably know, the problems have gotten less and less as due to their efforts. So I think they've done a really good job at minimizing those problems.
The guys have done a great job in here, yeah, I know we,
And I agree, the problems have become less and less.
a lot less, yeah.
Yeah, they have. They've really gotten really good at what
There
they're
was a
doing.
time where there was like a problem every meeting. And now we're, every other meeting. No, it's a lot, every 10 meetings, maybe, I don't know, maybe
Yeah,
less than that.
It has gotten much better, I think.
Much better.
Now these, starting here, so we're talking about CSCD, which is adult supervision, that's adult probation, I mean. The IDF rebuild, what that is securing our computer stuff in there, because they have probation, people on probation and everything coming in and out of there, and the equipment right now is not secured. It's in its own like closet in the area, but it's not secured away, and we need to get it needs to be neatened up and fixed anyway, but then this would allow us to get it secured and away from anybody's fingers. And
How will that, I mean, you're talking about, if it's in a closet right now that you can lock, but you're gonna make it more secure than that?
no, it's not locked up right now. It's in a closet where they actually have another computer they work on and stuff in there. So it's in this kind of odd situation where it's not out in the hallway or anything, but it's not secured.
And there's no way to put a lock on that door?
They use the office for other things. I think that was the issue, if I'm not mistaken. So they have to have it accessible to people and stuff. I think they do testing or something. Sorry, I can't speak authoritatively on it, but I know there's some issue where they have to use that room for people. So this would allow us to get a locking cabinet for it and a rack so that it would be, where somebody couldn't get to it. But we can keep talking about these.
Is there any significant ones that,
There's a $62,000 one on there and another 53 and a 25.
let's talk about those.
Yeah, so there are two there for the SO. The BIS infrastructure enhancements, that's the system they use for recording when they do interviews, when they interview witnesses and whatever.
Right.
That really, it's come from a really, really old system that they had down there, and it's completely failed, really. We've rebuilt and we actually used one of our old servers.
Yeah.
That was already like 5 or 7 years old.
That's
We're
been
using
talked
that
about.
currently for their system, but it really is on a thread down there as
Yeah,
far as
that's
working
been talked
properly.
about, yeah, I remember that.
And you're talking about what will become evidence when you talk about interviews and stuff, and it's just not a good thing to play around with, in my opinion. That's the first one there, that's 32,400. That's the BIS infrastructure. And then the training room, that's meant, if y'all are familiar with their training room down there, that setup is, I don't think it's ever really worked very well. And this is to revamp that and make it a full-on meeting room where you could actually have trainings online, have online meetings and all that sort of thing down there.
It's never really worked very well. Can it not work very well one more year?
I would defer that one to the sheriff's office, but yes, I
That's
think,
a big question to ask. We're gonna have to cut somewhere, guys. We gotta cut somewhere.
I can talk to David Ives and have, and get you guys a,
He'll be with us tomorrow, too.
okay, so we can maybe speak to that more.
Same way with 4D court. They obviously have something right now, and they're talking about a $50,000 upgrade. Was theirs not last, is it end of life also?
Now that one I'm not as familiar with. I'll ask our our AV team, see
I
what
ask
they,
them why, I mean, what's the,
4D
what's the
court.
urgency of that? Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the same thing I'd say with 54th Court for almost 26,000. What's the urgency on that one?
So, so with the 54th court and the 74th there, that's trying to bring them up to the level of all the other courts. So that's trying to get the same audio-visual, because the cameras are old and that sort of thing. It's bringing them up to the same level as all the other courts, so we have a standard across all courts.
So their cameras aren't the same as the other courts?
Yeah, they're older. I mean, all the other courts have been
Do they
replaced at
work?
this point.
I mean, have we had problems with them?
Yes, it's kind of like when you talk about the courthouse cameras. You might be able to see out of the camera, but you'd never be able to identify anybody because they're hazy, they've been sun damaged, you know, that sort of, not in this case, but I mean, that's the kind of thing we're talking about. They're old.
Both those courts will be moving to the new building.
And that's a concern
54th
of
too.
mine.
Pardon me?
54th too?
No, you're right. 54 stays where it is. I'm sorry.
But that's
74th will.
that's a major issue with me if they move. Obviously, the new courts are gonna have new equipment anyhow, but I just wanna make sure that stuff's available to move if we have to move it, if we're buying it now. If it needs to be moved, it's capable of being moved. I'd hate to make something obsolete that's only 1 year old.
Fair enough.
So the 54th, is it, because it's staying there, is it a urgent issue or how urgent is it?
It's pretty urgent. It has been, it's breaking on a pretty regular basis. And we're having to call in vendors to help us fix it. I mean, it really is in bad shape, the 54th.
Yeah, okay.
The 74th is not, truly the 74th, if you look at that, it's just a rack and UPS. We could probably pull that out of this year's budget. I mean, I'll see how close we get, but, you know, that we might be able to pull out of this year's budget and fix up. So we can take that one out.
Lowers our beginning.
John, they don't have a rack right now, John?
Well, they have I think it's sitting on a shelf, you know, sort of thing. It's kind of, it's one of those situations where it's not a problem until it falls off the shelf and
Yeah,
breaks.
but it's not been an issue, to our knowledge.
Every one of these, we've had to attend to several times, so I wouldn't say it's not an issue.
I mean, something's fallen off the shelf.
Can we live with it?
Something has
Probably.
fallen off the shelf?
No, not necessarily, sorry, that was just an example, but yes, it's in a, like a thoroughway, you know, like most of these courts don't have a lot of room to put anything out of the way, really. So that's why we like to put everything in racks and get it locked up, so nobody trips over it, nobody bumps into it. I mean, and it has happened now.
Yeah, puts it in order.
Yeah,
But you're gonna check back on 4D, right?
yes, I'll have them check on
Well,
4D court.
and 54th.
Yeah, the 54th, I know that situation a little better. That one is in really bad shape, and we've had to attend to it a lot.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of service calls there, and so if you want to look at it that way, right, we've called out Brazos Media several times and had to pay them as a vendor to go look at that and repair it and keep coming back and coming back.
Okay.
Tell them to fix it, so they don't have to come back. Makes sense to me.
It's kind of like you and I, we don't have that many fixes left in.
No, that's right. Go ahead and fix it so it don't come back anymore.
They want to come back.
They gotta stay in business. All these cars wear out.
Okay, so we know, we've removed some items out of there, and then we're gonna check on some others.
Yes, so we can remove that 74th rack and UPS of 6,045. We can remove that number.
I was thinking of that 400,000, that 205,000. Ain't that the ones you said we're gonna remove?
The 400, yes.
And the 205?
Yeah, they did. Yes.
Okay. And we're gonna wait on the AgriLife till we get the HVAC solved.
Was that the last item you guys had on there? Because there was a 30,000 for the network sensor.
It's up here. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I skipped over, okay. Sorry, I have it last on my list, but we're going to drop that request too. We're going to push that for a year.
Which one?
It's a network security and sensor.
Thank you,
That's
John.
ClearPass?
Yes, what that's for is our network team to analyze our network and be able to institute remote fixes and that sort of thing. But as I kind of mentioned here, I think we're looking more for a network engineer right now, and I think this would kind of be putting the cart before the horse at this point.
Okay.
It's not that they won't be able to use it, but I'd like to wait on this and maybe funnel more money towards getting the network engineer position or vendor or whatever.
All right, let's move along. What else?
That's it, I think, right?
Okay.
So that was almost 750,000 of capital that was just moved out
Okay,
for the
great.
time being.
You know, John, on that 100,000 that you put in there for, what was it called, the engineer? Why wouldn't that be contracted services, if that's what we're gonna use? That wouldn't be under contracted services?
Well, it may be, I don't
At
have a
some
line for
point, it
that.
probably will be.
In my budget.
Yeah,
Okay.
in just now.
I think, do you call it professional services? Is that the line?
It just depends on the department, what lines are useful for that, so right now that's best, but we'll
Yeah, I just don't
move
currently
it
have a
later
line
if
for
needed.
that.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions or?
I think you fixed the whole budget right there.
Yep, we're done.
Well, see how fun that was, Chief Burson, how it's so fun when you get
And
the
you're
clearing
gonna, you're
boxes.
gonna go back on the assessments, John, and reassess the
fun.
assessments, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll come back to you with a list of what we feel can be pushed off.
Okay.
And I'll also come back to you on the 4D court question. And I'll look at all of those and come up with the more detail for you, what we think it is. Would you rather me just offline give you that information, or?
No, go ahead and we'll get it back here.
Okay.
And then was there anything else personnel-wise that, while you were here?
Oh, if we had questions about the personnel request, so we've already talked about that network administrator one, but, so on those applications administrators, those are really just title changes, and they have a few job, description changes to their job description. I originally had asked for a little money with those, but I've now told Anna I'm not looking for raises for those folks, just, it's basically just bring it into line with what they're already doing.
Okay.
Because they already do that work as an administrator, and so one of them right now is called an applications administrator, and the other two are called applications analyst. And an analyst, it's a kind of a coordinator type position, and what they do is far more than that. They actually are administering these applications, changing them, writing reports for folks, doing all sorts of things that administrators do. So it's really just bringing them in line with what they're really already doing.
Yeah.
And the idea there would be to move the applications administrator that's currently move that to what's called an applications administrator 2 level. And then one of the people in their skill level, put them at an applications administrator 2. And then put the other person that's an analyst at an applications administrator 1. Again, with no salary
No salary. just-
request involved in that.
We've always pushed those through Anna. So I would personally, I would appreciate it if you verify that with her, because
Yes.
we've tried to always do that with her as far as title changes and so forth, and job descriptions and everything, so.
And I just didn't know if you wanted to ask any questions about it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Tim Packer with the Cove was one of our other outside entities, and I went ahead and pushed him to 3 o'clock earlier, knowing we were running a little bit behind.
Okay.
But Judge Mira Montez was able to come by this afternoon, and so we can look at her the operating lines in her department and just get a little information. I thought that might be one that you'd like to
Okay.
hear from there.
What number is that?
So it is Department 1651.
1650, say it again?
1651.
Okay, thank you.
JP5. So,
Hello.
Oh. How are you doing?
Well, it's nice and cool in here, and
Thank goodness.
It is
it's
cool.
not scorching like it is outside.
and so for the court, so there's a slight increase in supplies, but trend-wise, that's where they're going. History supports that request as far as we are seeing on our side. And then the other request was the furniture and equipment. And so the detail there, and that's something I know that I would like to her to speak on specifically. And that was for shelves and, you're good.
Table, it said.
Table and
Yes. For shelves and a jury room table, and then, of course, some for incidentals. But if you want to speak a little bit about that furniture request.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity. Again, good afternoon. So this request is coming because, as the court knows, we had an expansion for filing, which we are greatly appreciative. But now we need to actually get some shelving in there to house our files. The other thing is the office, so that request is specifically for files and 2 storage closets for office supplies and additional supplies that we need for the office. And then the office that I'm currently in now, once I moved into the new addition, will actually become the jury room. JP5, we currently do not have a jury room. I myself and the parties to the case exit the courtroom, and they use the courtroom as jury room. So the other piece is to get, it's mobile, which is great. It'll be functional. It's a table and 6 chairs that can be placed into my current office so that the JP5 has a proper jury room.
And you said mobile? The table will be mobile?
The table and chairs will be mobile.
Why would that be, Judge?
It's the cheapest option.
Oh, okay, okay.
If we went with.
But the jury room will be a permanent jury room?
Oh, it'll be permanent.
Okay, so it's just a table you're talking about?
Just the table and chairs. They have wheels. The table can be folded. We have seen, JP5, if you looked at the records yesterday, indicates that it's trending upwards as far as civil cases for debt claims of small claims. And so the good aspect of having that table is sometimes it gives the ladies a little bit more of a workspace when they need it, when they're putting the files together.
Okay, but the only reason that you're saying that mobile is because it was just less
Yeah,
expensive?
it's less expensive.
Okay.
Yeah, than to go with the
Okay, I
hardy
didn't know
wood.
I didn't know if you plan on shoving it somewhere or.
No,
Okay,
just,
okay.
it's the cheapest option. The wood furniture is nice, but it can get up there pretty quick.
Sure.
So we just picked something a little bit
Okay.
less expensive.
How big of a table are you talking about?
It's a 10-foot table and 6 roll chairs, just
Okay.
similar in shape to this.
10-foot
Mhm.
wide, okay.
10 foot, and I think 10 by 6 was the diameter.
That's it, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Enough for our 6-panel jury, and they're not sitting on top of each other.
Sure. So they have, place
Some
to
elbow room.
deliberate, and if they have anything in front of them, they'll need it, so,
Yes,
okay. Okay,
and that's it.
thank you.
Any questions on that?
No, I don't.
I just thought that was good coming firsthand from.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
requester.
yeah, that's good. But I mean, there was an assumption there, given the fact that we just added on, that we would need to put something in there, so.
Yes. So everything, everything else is looking good there. We just needed that final piece. The ladies have been really good with working with the space we got, and it will all be coming together pretty soon.
Good, thank you.
All righty. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
Before you leave, Judge, if there's any questions on personnel that we need to cover,
Judge Reynolds has had requests for salary adjustments for clerks, which I've included as recommendation.
That was part of that whole big recommendation you made this morning, so.
And then a salary adjustment for her own official position.
Okay.
Yeah.
in
We're
case
good.
you want any further information or.
My clerks work really hard. If you go in there, you'll see.
Funny, that's what everybody's told us.
No, but they work really hard. If you go in there, they are always answering the phone.
Judge, I'm certainly hoping no one would ever tell us to come in here and say, mine don't work very hard.
Yeah.
No.
They do work really hard. Yeah. And I agree with you. I think all our clerks do. I stayed behind and I answered the phones yesterday, and by the time they got back from training, I was like,
How do I do
how
it?
did you do?
Where have y'all
Where
been?
have y'all been? So, yeah, I appreciate them a lot.
You bet, need to. Okay, thank you, Ben.
All righty, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
So I'm just waiting for Tim Packer to join back on Zoom.
Okay.
He was
gonna Zoom
on.
us
He
right now?
is.
Okay.
And so I don't see him on yet. you want to take like a short?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Could we check with Ken and see with all the moving we've had, and they certainly need that table in there, but with all the moving around we've done, is there not a conference table anywhere that was left behind or not used or something that would be nicer than a fold up? Probably sounds like it's gonna be a plastic table or something, I don't know, a fold up table. I'm just curious if there's not something somewhere.
The only thing to me is it seems like a lot for that.
For a fold-up table.
6 chairs, so if you price chairs like
With
that. I don't know.
cabinet. He's on
And the
that,
cabinets
Ken.
and storage, so.
What you got, Ken?
I'm not aware of any large size table, as a matter of fact, any table that would meet that criteria that we have right now. But I will go double check. There's been some little movement since I was there last and double check, but I just wanted to say I heard your question and I will go double check them.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe follow up with her and see what it is she wants and see if it can be ordered off of a contract that's already out there that, save us money if that's what she wants, so.
Well, I'll just share, when we get it, we always look under the contracts. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what she wants then, you've already seen it?
No, I don't. I'll have to see what she's talking about.
Okay, yeah. I thought maybe there's some of that furniture we put up in the clouds that we could.
All right, we recess.
Recording in progress.
Might have better luck.
There it is. The code.
Okay.
Okay. So we should have Tim Packer on. I saw him on a second ago. And so just someone we weren't able to get in last week. But he's going to go over his funding request for next year for the code.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hopefully you can hear me all.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Okay, well, I'm a little worried because it looks like the wrong version of the slides have come up, so I've got to apologize ahead of time, but I will do my best to keep up.
Okay.
And that was my mistake, so apologies, Francis and everybody. And then also just to say thank you for fitting me in. I'm not sure if it's been communicated, but I'm actually calling from Scotland, visiting for a family wedding and vacation with my
Good.
family.
Oh,
So
fantastic.
I'm grateful that I could appear.
Technology.
That's amazing.
Yes.
IT.
Yes. I don't. Just on a technical question, is it possible for me to share my own version of the slides, or does that not
of
work
course.
in this setup?
Yes.
I think
Okay.
giving you permission here, give us a second. Okay?
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let's see if this works.
Something coming up. Well,
Okay.
All right.
Is that?
there we go.
That appears it's working.
Yes, sir.
Isn't technology amazing?
It really is.
Really is. Okay, well, again, just want to express my thanks for the ongoing support of the court and of the county in this work that we do at the Cove, serving some of our most vulnerable young people in our community. I just want to provide a brief update of where we're at and where we're going, and then just cover what our request is for this coming financial year, and answer any questions if there are any.
Okay.
So, okay, there we go. So just briefly, our vision at the Cove is a rather grand one. It's to end youth homelessness in the heart of Texas. What we mean by this is that youth homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. So rare, we prevent it whenever it happens, or prevent it from happening, I should say. And if it does happen, then it is for as brief a time as possible. And if it has happened, that it doesn't happen again. This is a definition of ending homelessness that's used internationally, and we think is very apt to our work. And the particular work we do with young people, captured in our mission there, about providing a safe place for young youth experiencing homelessness to access the resources they need to thrive. We really believe that intervening at this stage with young people as they're closing out their high school time and giving them the best start that they can have as they transition to adulthood is really the best way to make a difference for these young people, despite the often traumatic and disrupted childhood and adolescence that they've had. We have 3 outcomes that we work towards, and these are stability, so housing and developmental stability, hope in education and employment, and then building meaningful relational connections. So having good people in their lives and learning how to appropriately advocate for themselves, whether in the school environment, home, community, workplace, whatever it is. But again, this is all of that work and all of those outcomes are geared towards helping our young people have the best start as they approach adulthood. A couple of things that are coming up for us, which are pretty significant. This October, October 3rd, is actually 10 years to the day since the Cove started its services. In September, I will have actually been in the Cove for 5 years, so it's been a real privilege to serve in this way for almost half of the Cove's existence. Then just secondly, we currently lease from Methodist Children's Homes on their in their family outreach building just off of Waco Drive. And that's been a great place for us. And it's really allowed us a stable place to grow and to strengthen the services that we have. They have let us know that they need that space back by the end of next year to provide office space for the new transitional housing that's going in on the old site of the Uptown Motel just off Fifth, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. While that's tough for us, it's great for our community and great for our young people. Young people that the Cove serves go into Methodist Children's Home housing fairly frequently, and increasing the capacity there is a good thing for our community. But it's bittersweet, and it's put us in this position of needing to find a new facility. And I'll touch again on that just briefly towards the end. Okay, just wanted to provide a little bit of a kind of reminder, overview, introduction to the way that the Cove works. We have these three programs, these three core programs: after school programming, outreach case management, and drop-in. Through those things, what we're trying to achieve is those three outcomes with young people: housing and developmental stability, hope in education and employment, and meaningful relational connections. And by doing all of those things, the kind of impact in the longer term is improving graduation rates amongst students experiencing homelessness. We want to improve post-secondary participation, and then we want to prevent adult homelessness. And so some of you have probably may remember from last year when I gave this presentation, I often mention this data. Young people who experience homelessness nationally graduate high school just over 60%, which is significantly below their housed peers. In Texas, it's a little bit higher than that. It's in the 70%. And then in Waco ISD, for the last data that we have, it was 77%, I believe. So the impact of that is if you don't graduate high school, you're about 4.5 times more likely to experience homelessness as an adult. One of the things that I say regularly about this is that adult homelessness, particularly chronic adult homelessness, is both a life-limiting and a life-shortening situation. Dallas and Collin County published a report in 2024, looking at the 2023 year, and they spent, for 4,110 adults experiencing homelessness, they spent $193 million on emergency services and housing support solutions. It's about $47,000 per person. And when you look over the course of somebody's life, that adds up very quickly. And we really believe that this model that we have at the Cove is an effective way to interrupt that cycle of youth homelessness leading to failure to graduate, leading to adult homelessness. Just moving on, just mention graduation. Sorry, I got the national figure a little bit low. Don't want to do us down a little bit. I tried to do it from memory there. In this last outgoing cohort that have just graduated, we had 24 of our 29 seniors graduating, so 82.8% versus 77.5% for Texas, and that 70% figure for the national figure. And those 5 young people that are missing, some of them are still on their way to graduate. They'll just graduate in the coming cohort. We don't give up on them just because they haven't hit the target. At this point, we want to stick with them and keep helping them. If a high school diploma is not the solution, then we will work with a GED provider, RISE through Goodwill, communities and schools, and wherever is best fit for them. This last semester, we've also been working with an organization called Creative Climb Academy. They have a contract with Waco ISD to provide a night school replacement. And so we've been working with them to help reach those kind of really hard to reach young people that are not able to go onto school campus, still have the possibility of graduating, but just need some additional help. And that has helped 3 of our young people who we thought weren't going to make it to graduation this year actually completed, which was a great success. Just in terms of education and employment, and I mentioned this specifically, I recently had the opportunity to give a presentation on the theme of hope in youth services at the Texas Network of Youth Services, and it's a theme that I really keep coming back to in our work. A lot of our young people really struggle to see a future for themselves, and one of the primary activities and primary roles that the Cove serves is to try and help them just lift their heads a little bit and see that there are options out there. And over the last few years, these are just some of the places where we've had young people go to: TSTC, Glennon Community College, the Navy, 4-year colleges. We had one student going on a football scholarship, which was a great success for him. And then people going directly into the workplace. We have a few young people that recently graduated in the last cohort, sorry, not this previous year's cohort, who've held down jobs for several months now, which for them is a really big deal. And it's helping them to learn those important skills of showing up, doing the work, being committed. And we want to keep helping them in that way. Okay. And then on this theme of connections, again, we're all familiar with the importance of relationships in young people's lives and in anyone's lives. Over this last contract year with the county, we've served 120 young people. 10 of those seniors, we have a couple of referrals in that haven't been resolved yet, have moved into transitional housing. I mention that because of the challenge of accessing affordable housing for our young people who are often on entry-level jobs. The ability to access transitional housing is a really key opportunity for them. It gives them 2 years to continue to receive some support on a more affordable lease, and hopefully just keep embedding those skills, get a job, learn how to deal with all of those essentials like paying utilities or dealing with roommates or neighbor issues and all of those sorts of things. Lots of meals, lots of rides, over 3,000 hours of school attendance recovery. And again, that school attendance recovery is just part of us positioning our students in the best possible place to complete graduation and make a successful transition into adulthood. Okay, budget requests. This current financial year, you've provided $47,500 for us, which is great, and it provides a real kind of core part of our stable funding, and we are grateful for that. We are asking for $60,000, and there's a couple of key reasons for that. One is the cost of living for our staff keeps going up, and we want to make sure that we try and keep up with ensuring that their pay is commensurate with similar organizations, but also reflective of their abilities and skills. And so this first half of the year, our numbers were a little bit lower, and that was because one of our youth advocates moved to the Bledsoe Miller STEAM Center in a promotion for him, which was great. We love seeing our staff thriving and moving on to good things. It did leave us a little bit of a gap, and we elected to wait for the current cohort of Garland School of Social Workers completing their master's program and try and recruit an LMSW certified individual. That person is now in place. She has pretty extensive experience, given that she's just graduated her master's program, working with Waco ISD, with our population. She was also involved in the BEAR project through Baylor. And so she comes with a lot of experience, and she does have that additional qualification. And we think that's really important And this taps into the second line of this program director baseline salary contribution. Shelby Herring, you may remember she attended with me last year. She is an LMSW as well, and she is currently working towards her LCSW, yep, sorry, which is a high level of qualification. It's therapeutic interventions, and she is really focusing in this year and the coming years on how we help our young people handle their negative emotions. And so I know in the courts system, you know, when we see young people involved in violence or other kind of negative outlets, there are lots of reasons for that. But one of the big reasons is because they don't know how to handle their negative emotions and their frustrations. Not excusing them in any way at all for that, but we want to be able to keep growing the offer that we have for our young people to help them find better ways to handle the difficulties that they're facing. Those qualifications come with cost, and again, like I said, we want to pay our staff well. And then one of the reasons why I would be grateful for you all considering this increased allocation is connected to this move that we have coming at the end of next year. One of the strategies that we have with our finances is to try and secure as much of our staffing costs under ideally renewable grants, but under more grant funding. For programmatic services, that is generally a little easier than administrative costs. But our strategy is to try and cover as many of those costs as possible under grant funding, so that our more flexible sources of income, like from individual donors, corporate sponsorships, and civic organizations like churches and Kiwanis and Rotary and things like that, groups like that, we can use that as flexibly as possible in addressing the moving costs. The likelihood is our lease costs are going to be significantly higher moving once this move has happened. And so just to summarize, what we're asking for is the costs for a youth advocate position. This is in line with what was provided before, with a slight cost of living and just recognition of those additional qualifications, and then salary support towards the cost of our program director. Okay, and then just last slide. Just looking ahead to this new year, like I said, we've got this facility move. We have multiple conversations going on. We have a couple of realtors in the city helping us, our board of directors. I have a conversation with Goodwill just about the possibility of whether any of their space would be suitable and available for the Cove. We're not particularly looking to try and buy and build something just now. We're feeling that that's not the right move for us just now, but it's something that we may look to in the next kind of 3 to 5 years. We are expanding our youth homelessness demonstration program activities. That's the federal grant that we receive, and we're going to be extending the length of support that we can provide young people up to a year past their graduation date. We're currently also in conversation with Waco ISD about expanding that partnership to have a higher presence on the school campus. That's about getting to young people earlier and streamlining the referral processes. And then also we're looking to the 90th legislative session. In the 89th legislative session, there was some pretty difficult legislation that was put forward. It would have actually forced us to move, and a few other things that didn't come to pass, but we are going to be very active in making sure that we understand what's happening and coming down the pipeline in that session. And then lastly, it's our 10th anniversary, and we're going to be celebrating at the AC Hotel on October the 3rd. And Rosemary Townsend, who was one of the founders of the Cove, who lives down in Victoria now, she is I think she's in her late 80s, maybe in the early 90s. She's going to be coming back up, and that's going to be a big celebration. So I haven't followed the time particularly, so I hope I haven't gone over too much, but thank you for listening, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Packer. Any questions
Yes,
anybody
sir.
have?
Couple, Tim, what defines a, what age limitation as far as homeless youth? Does that go up like to 18, or you said a year after the graduation date, or is there a date at which they cease to be youth and move to homeless adults?
Yeah. So we work with youth who are generally of high school age, so 14 to 18, so rising ninths up to up to their high school graduation. So we will work with some 19-year-olds if they're still working towards completing their high school education. We are very cognizant of the fact that we have minors and adults that we serve, and so we have a number of processes in place to protect that space. If we with this extension, that means that we will be working potentially 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds that we have previously served. And that would only ever be through outreach. So it would be in the community, going to their locations. So it's like our outreach model, just with older youth.
Okay. What, based on your definition then, in McLennan County, how many homeless youth would you say there are approximately?
So I don't have the final figures for this current school year, and they often come out a little bit later. Last school year, it was of high school aged in Waco ISD, it was 230. So the other school districts are obviously much smaller, and we've served in any school year between 10 and 50 from the collective other school districts. So we're probably talking in the region of about 300
250
or so. The likelihood is that's significantly undercounted, and the reason why I say that is the capacity in Waco ISD did decrease over the last 2 years in terms of the staff that they have available to identify and support students, and that's our primary referral route, and why we're exploring this more closer partnership to have a stronger presence on the campuses. And because what we hear from young people is that the language of homelessness is often very difficult for them, and they are unwilling to, or their parents are unwilling to talk about those circumstances with the school. Often it's fear of being dropped from their current catchment area, which is a misunderstanding of the legislation, but parents who are in distress are not particularly interested in talking about the legislation.
Right.
So.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I appreciate the information. Thank you.
And have y'all made requests to other entities, public entities, like the city of Waco or WISD?
Yeah, so funding opportunities through the city, we have at the start of the Cove, we did receive funding, and then opportunities since then have been pretty thin on the ground. And Waco ISD, that conversation is whether part of that is whether they can afford a contract with us. Right. And so, but we also the Cooper Foundation, the Waco Foundation, the Rappaport Foundation, we have received grants from all of those. Yeah, Magnolia have also. Magnolia has also been a supporter. We recently got a grant from a foundation based out of Austin, and we were the first organization that they supported. And we have a couple of grant applications in process. And just to mention, we actually just got notice last week of receiving our second year's funding from the Taco Bell Foundation. So we're ourselves and communities and schools are the two organizations that have received funding from the Taco Bell Foundation,
Right.
which is fun.
That's excellent.
Okay, well, thank you.
you.
Any
Good.
other questions anybody have? Well, we really appreciate your presentation. We're in the middle of the budgeting process, and so we'll be contacting you on the decision of the court in the next few weeks, probably.
Great. Well, thank you so much for listening and grateful for the questions
Enjoy
and the opportunity.
Take care.
I will. Thank you. Yeah. Cheerio.
Cheerio. I hadn't said that very often.
Like it.
Cheerio the fox. Okay. Francis?
So if you're still good with keeping, keep moving on, Heather Travers is available, and she had pulled some information related to the question earlier about the indigent health line in her department.
Right, okay.
And if she's on there, no, she was having some computer issues earlier. I'm
Good
gonna
afternoon.
share.
Are you in
Good
Scotland? Are you in,
I'm sorry.
are you in Scotland?
No. Do I look like I'm?
Well, I didn't know. Okay.
The last guy was in Scotland.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
following you now.
Okay. But you have a different office there, right?
Yes, because we're in our new building. You need to come over and check it out.
Right.
Yeah, my toilet is not mounted to the floor over here, but other than that, I mean, we're doing great.
Is that where you're sitting?
No.
Okay, just, that was too much
Late in
information
the
right
day,
there.
let's focus.
Let's move on here.
It smells real good.
Anna is in the building.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
So, in all seriousness,
Moving on.
we have this line item that we had looked at earlier. Houses those indigent health costs that run through Heather's department. We are projecting that she would come, close to $1 million in total in her budget and under budget, but haven't lowered the budget down that far just based on the last few historical trends. And so she's going to go, I guess, give a little more context as to why she's kept that budget request close to what it was last year. Heather.
Yeah. So, we talk about this every year really and trying to gauge where that number needs to be. But you can see in these charts that I put together that our client demand has remained stable. The issue is more with the fluctuation in cost and utilization, and that's always hard to kind of pin down. But when you're looking at just, since FY23, we've remained stable. I went ahead and gave a look back to COVID and, post-COVID, we've remained stable in the number of clients we're serving. It's just hard to pin down what the cost of serving those folks is going to be. Program expenditures are just never directly correlated with the number of people served. So just kind of looking at some reasons that affect that. One of the reasons I think that we're potentially under budget this year is we've had a reduction in prescription cost, and some of that was from the work that we did in reevaluating that contract and the terms associated with our discounts on our prescription plan, cutting some of those more expensive prescriptions. And then also we're about $250,000 less in our hospitalization, inpatient and outpatient charges for the year. So if you'll recall back at my quarterly report, we were $500,000 under budget at the end of that quarter from the same place from last year. And it's not contributed to the number of people we're serving, just the way that we're utilizing the services and the way that the clients are utilizing the services, the needs. Like last year, we had a higher number of people on the program that had cancer versus this year. So those contributing factors that you can't really predict.
All right. Good explanation.
Well, it makes a lot of sense that you may have the same number of patients, but they may have a lot different needs.
Yes, sir. And I think that chart, creating a visual where you see that, our number of clients isn't changing. The expenditures just kind of ebb and flow. And so you can see historically, you know, sometimes it jives, like in FY20, it just was kind of right on the number of clients. But then when you just kind of look at it across the spectrum, some years our numbers are the same, but our expenditures are up. And some years, like this year, we're, you know, slated to come in under budget. So it's always just kind of a moving target that we try to get as close to as possible. And we've been fortunate not to under budget, but we also don't want to significantly over budget if we can. And we'll know more when we get closer to the very end of the year, you know, where we're going to slide in at, because there could be some unexpected, you know, stuff that comes up between now and then. But based on what we're looking at, I don't see that happening. And when you look at just our applications received and approved across the spectrum of years, I mean, that's even pretty steady. So it's not changes in the number of clients served. So that's what I want to reiterate as well, is that we're providing the same amount and the same quality of services. We're just getting more strategic with how we're advocating for and identifying ways to save. And then it's also dependent on the diagnosis being treated by the clients on the program.
Well, did you have any questions?
Yeah. So, I mean, we've looked at this a lot in the past. I'd like to see a graphical of since then, but, you know, we've always contended that if we did pull some out, and if there was a need, we would go to the contingency on this.
Yeah.
So we've talked about that, you know, for several years.
That's right. Is that correct?
So, I mean, I would really, you know, this would be kind of an easy one to,
Yeah.
you know, knock off $500,000, in just in my opinion.
As long as we understand it.
As long as we're all under the understanding that, you know, this is super important, and that,
Amen.
you know, if there is a shortfall, then we'll definitely
And I think
make
that's
it up.
on that contingency note, you know, that's important, especially in a year like this or next year, that you protect that contingency for things like that, not for new requests or, you know, new things that are up and above anything we currently are doing, that it's to accommodate those types of overages. Do you mind sharing?
I would
your-
say,
Do you have her up?
we recognize that the number has stayed pretty static, and a lot of it is dependent upon the type of illness or the treatments being asked for, and the medication that needs to be prescribed. But there's a whole lot of that attributable to Heather and her staff for being able
they do
to
a great
identify
job.
savings
No,
that helps the county.
I agree
Heather,
completely.
muchly appreciated.
Thank you.
Everyone here agrees with that.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that.
Okey-doke.
We have a stellar program over here. We work
Good.
really hard.
Y'all are lean and mean, aren't you? Yeah.
We have happy clients. That's the most important thing. We have happy folks.
Good deal.
We'll see if we can work on the plumbing issue. So.
It's in the works.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we just came back to that department's detail there that we looked at earlier today, and so the request there was 2.5, and so it was thrown out to maybe bring that down to 2 million for now and see how that plays out.
Yes.
Okay.
And like she said, we can keep an eye on it through the end of August too, just to make sure we don't see anything out of the ordinary in that line. Very good. I think everyone has the giggles today. Think about that one. I know we're jumping around different, I think John, there was a few questions that were brought up and he has gotten some answers just since we met with him earlier. Do you want to share what you think?
Before court, he did verify what I was stating earlier, which that system's, because of how it's housed and everything, is getting overheated and all kinds of things. It's shutting down quite often. That one really does need to be done. 54th Court. The 4D Court, They're adding microphones because the attorneys can't hear them when they're in online meetings. And I guess they've been doing a lot of online Zoom now, court.
They do.
How much does a microphone cost?
There are several. They're doing a lot of Zoom integrations. They're also changing out, same thing we had in here. We had a click share device in here originally, and now they've wired it up so people can just plug in and display all their things on the online meetings. There's
That's already
several.
done. That's already done.
No, that's part of this cost that we're talking about over at 4D Court. And it's also, again, to bring it in line with all the other courts and how we're doing the technology in there. CSCD, so that one is a literal baker's rack. It's stuff just sitting on a rack over there. And also the room, the lock is broken on the room, the mag lock that's on the room that they had with the access cards. And the stuff has been failing the racks. So this size are 4-post key lock racks is what we need over there. And they're also migrating some cable runs to the rack over there as well. So they're having to do some extra runs and that sort of thing, which is part of the cost over there at CSCD. I think that was most of the other questions. Of course, we'll still get back to you on the assessments and what we can do about that. There is one note about assessments, and I've sort of mentioned this a few times in court, but we have been told to expect at least 30 and sometimes up to 50% increases on computer hardware.
Have you saying that?
It's going to be ugly, but as I understand from y'all, and if I hopefully have the right understanding, you still want the quote we have today in our hand, that number. And then if it comes to it, we'll have to just do an amendment.
Well, yeah, we
Later
still
on.
talk about the fact that
Or do without.
we're going to store some
Yes.
equipment
Absolutely.
to save at this price that we can go ahead and buy. And then if it fails, we have something to replace it. Hopefully, there's not enough to fail that we don't have enough to replace. Does that make sense?
Understood. Yep.
And I appreciate the fact with the courts and what needs to be done. I understand sometimes you don't have a choice, but, we still got to have the money to pay for it.
No, absolutely. I just wanted to clarify some of those
No,
questions.
I understand.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
So we can talk about anything, if there's some other topic we want to bring up, but I think that's all I have for today. Like kind of that I have organized and ready to go. If y'all are good with meeting back up tomorrow.
I think so. So we'll start in the morning at 9 with those that are coming in.
It's a DA and SO in the morning?
No, so tomorrow, always ever changing. Tomorrow, we have the sheriff's office first thing at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
And so we'll let that conversation go as long as, you all need to. At 1:30, we have Hub scheduled to speak.
Yeah, that's right.
So that gap in time before lunch, between the sheriff's office and lunch, and even after Hub, we'll just try to have other departments available to speak on their requests or on their personnel. Just try to fill in as much of that gap time as possible.
After Hub? Or what do you
After
think?
Hub and after sheriff's office, if there's
Yeah,
time there.
if there's any time there.
We'll just make sure people know to be flexible
Yeah,
and patient.
Okay. Anything else to come before the group? If not, we recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m.